Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday. What is it now? July the 27th. July the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me. Okay, thank you, Starkey and Pepe. All right, guys, we're good to go in both our YouTube room and the main room. So, edible, big news for edible EDBL. Something about Walmart. Edible Garden wins significant Walmart distribution for fresh cut herbs across the Mid-Atlantic. That is the news for EDBL. Very low float, 616,000 in the float, 14 million have traded already. So we can expect this to be obviously active all day. Pre-market high got up to almost $10. Maybe it was 10. Pulled back down through the VWAP a little bit. It's hanging right around the VWAP right now, EDBL. So the big deal would be for it to get above the VWAP again and maybe take a little run at that post-market high. On the monthly chart, don't know where the next high is. 1678. Yeah, so 1682 last, or 1607 last month was a high for EDBL. By the way, no trade of the week this week, guys. I know I read the email from Steve, and he basically said, market's too hard to try to figure out one stock as a trade of the week. So no trade of the week this week. LGHL. See any news on this one? I don't see any news on this one. Big move, though. I don't see any news on it. Unless this is it. Holder H. No, I don't see any news on this one. LGHL, just another low float China stock. 922,000 shares. Or sorry. 922,000 shares on the float. And excuse me, not China, but Singapore. Now the market, we're in for a big rip. The SPY's up 6.3, right at the VWAP. Okay, if you can see my 5-minute chart there, that purple line, that's the VWAP. So you can see what's happened. It pulled down below the VWAP. The market is it's a big rip so far. Can it hold? All right, DFNS. See if there's any news on this one. I do not see any news on this one. I keep looking. Actually, I do see some new. Well, that's on the 24th. So that was the 24th, sorry. But what time was that? Let me see if that was after hours on the 24th. Might have been, but anyway, affiliates report stake in T3 Defense. Now, I did see one that was, what did I see that was, yeah, ENTX. I have to make sure I've read this correctly. To me, it looks like they did a financing around $2. I don't know if anybody had a chance to really check this one. ENTX. It looks like they've done a financing at around $2. They've raised $275 million. Private placement. That's a lot of money for this company, obviously. Yeah, okay, they announced pricing, but I don't see it. But I could have sworn that I saw, here we go, maybe this is a $2.04. If I'm right. So if I'm right, I mean, then that's way above the financing price. And it's not a crazy low float, 53 million in the float, not high, but certainly not low. I'm talking about the ENTX. AGPU, okay, AGPU is now above 8. Oh, it's got room, guys. This one, big one from last week. You got all the way up to almost 10, but look where it closed, down at 680. However, so that high right there, say that daily high is around 945. So there is a lot of room if it wants to move. LGHL moving now, guys, over two. So, but AGPU has a lot of room. See if there's any news on this one. This is Axe Compute after securing. Okay, now I don't know if this was the new. Yeah, this is news today. I don't know if this is a rehashing of news, but I sort of remember $1.5 billion to deploy NVIDIA Blackwell-based dedicated AI infrastructure cluster in the United States. I thought that was news from last week too. Yes. Yeah, that was the same news as last week, so they're rehashing it. Okay. So last week it said 1.3 billion instead of 1.5 billion. So that is your news for AGPU. Obviously, well, if we can believe it, it's pretty spectacular news. Minute, guys, I'm just rearranging a couple things. Yeah, so definitely, morning, Ozzy. Definitely, I mean, there's AGPU. And the main reason, look at the room it's got. 947 is the next high. It's, well, it's just as I've been talking about it, I think it's put on 70 cents. Ford is in this race right here. Ford, F. Let's see, Jeffrey's upgraded with a buy and a target of 1750, and that is for Ford, F. Not very many earnings plays. These two windows will be full tomorrow. Whoa, this is getting thumped. William, I don't. Okay, this is a trading lower after the FDA said the data for the company's Duchenne cell therapy does not provide substantial evidence of effectiveness. Wow, haven't they gone through this before, or some other company with that same Duchenne disease? So CAPR. So I don't know what else they've got going on. Really? Okay, I see you mentioned that one, William or Adam F. On CAPR earlier. Okay, a lot of volume. But as always, potential for a bounce. This is, I wanted to make sure it was not a lifetime low. Okay, so this is down to 613. That low right there is 535. There's another low at 430. So it's not quite a lifetime low, but approaching it, certainly approaching it. Another one that's getting hammered is MPLT, another bio. MPLT trading lower after the company announced that two Zephyr trials, 360, okay, et cetera, missed its primary endpoint. So another one that is just getting absolutely hammered down. This is a lower float than the other one. And we're talking about MPLT. I don't know if you, I'm sorry, William, if you've already talked about these before, I just wondering if you even saw this MPLT being hammered down, what else they have going on. And another one, let's see, on that monthly chart, I mean, it's near a lifetime low. The lifetime low could be down here at 1224, could be. All right. Well, AGPU is now pulling back into the VWAP. The VWAP's around, call it 825-ish. So a pull back into the VWAP. So far, the VWAP is holding it. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right. So the AGPU probably is, I don't know, I like to call it the number one focus just because it has all this room on a percentage basis, 946. I don't know what it's going to do, of course, but it's still holding over the VWAP. AGPU is holding over the VWAP. Okay, thank you, William. I see what your back of the envelope analysis for CAPR is. How's this market doing? Well, the market is still hanging. Well, I say the market. I'm talking the SPY. So the SPY is still hanging around the VWAP. SPY is up 6.6 and still hanging around the VWAP. See if it can take that out. BIYA, guys, BIYA. Let's take a look at this one. Now, this is ripping right now. BIYA, you can see it in the race. You can see it down here. You can see it here. BIYA is in rip mode, volume coming in. And the next high is 416. So, I mean, on a daily chart, there's certainly room. I mean, if it got anywhere close to 4, that's the high. Actually, the high last week, almost 10. But the next high looking left on a daily chart for BIYA is around 4, a little over 4. And is there any news on it? I don't see any news on it. It's just a low flow China stock. That's all I can see. It's just a low flow China stock. How's China doing just in general, K-Web? Not that stock will have anything to do with it, but okay, China's having a decent, like the overall China market's having a decent start. Not that this has got anything to do with the overall China market, but just a trading vehicle. Um, Just trying to see if is there any news. I don't see any news. I cannot see anything. I mean, they filed a prospectus for offering 200 million mixed shelf. That was after hours on Friday. Well, there's got to be some news on this one also. FBRX, this is a big move, 39% up and good volume, pretty low float. See, check out the news on this one. Well, I see it's downgraded to a hold from a buy at TD, but TD Cowen, but that doesn't make a lot of sense on why it's up this amount. Got to be something else going on. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for FBRX. When you look at it like this, it almost looks like a buyout. You see something flatlining right across. It almost looks like this is a buyout. But though I cannot see any news on that being a buyout. How is Tesla doing? It's up 1% at the VWAP. Excuse me, at the VWAP right now. Okay, thank you, William, on the MPLT. So the two bios that were clobbered, William has done some analysis on them. Well, a couple of things on the MPLT. You can see that the VWAP is up here around 1559. Okay, so oh, this is just showing up here, guys. VTIX is just showing up. You can see this big move right there. You can see it here. A lot of volume just coming in. VTIX is a lot of volume coming into VTIX right now. Thank you, Harry. So it is a buyout. For some reason, I could not see that in IB. So for $77 in cash, so it's an all cash. Meanwhile, VTIX, let's see if there's any news. Okay, Tesla to acquire first Omni One enterprise system from this company, VirtuX, for its Optimus humanoid robot division. So that is obviously pretty big news for this company. Pretty low float, 20 million in the float. And when you look at the weekly chart, let's see, there's a price right there, 394. So the next high is, well, it's right there, 395. The next high in the weekly chart, anyway, is 456. So there's a little bit of room. Surprised I don't see that news here on the buyout. Well, I would have seen it. All I had to do was scroll down a little bit more. Okay. My faith in IB's headline news is now restored again. There it is. Yeah. When you see something like this, it's almost for sure a buyout. So LGHL guys hanging over two. Where could it keep going? The next high in the weekly chart is way up there at 590 or so. So on a weekly chart, certainly. And you know what? That is going to be the same on the daily chart. Okay. So there is a ton of room for LGHL that wants to keep moving. I think I could not find any news on this one. Well, I mean, the longer it holds two, a ton of volume, 35 million have traded already. Only a little less than a million in the float for LGHL. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. Excuse me. So this was back in so a couple of weeks ago, July 14th. I was back a couple of weeks ago when I hit that a high of almost six for LGHL. Decoy. Somebody put that symbol in. But look what happened. DCOY. I know why you put it in. Popped out to 849, and look at this. Basically cut right in half. So the initial reaction to this news looked good. Shows inhibition of the Ebola Zaire virus, but so the big jump and then the big drop. Actually gone negative now. Zaire. I know how to pronounce that, I think. Here's another one. I mean, it's just like the decoy. I mean, look, VTIX, big pop up, big drop. I mean, it's one thing to, maybe not maintain its gains, some of these, but I mean, to actually go very negative, that's another thing. It's a little surprising because, I mean, the news was all about Tesla too. I mean, so Tesla buying something from them or, yeah, so it's a little surprising that, I mean, that's not the surprising part, getting up to four, but then just a complete dump. Anyway, All right, guys, ahead of the market open, let's take a look at the, I want to see the sectors. Let's see, click on show more from our toolbar. Take a look at the sectors ahead of the 9:30 open, getting close. What is, now most of the sectors should be up. What's the top one though? So here's the nukes and uranium. Okay. SMH. What's the worst one? Should be energy. Yeah, XLE and OIH, two energy sector ETFs. And first, let's see if there's anything. Just want to see if there's any big move. Consumer discretionary. This is one of the cruisers, NCLH, CCL, and RCL. So the cruisers. So I guess with oil prices dropping somewhat, these cruisers are going to be moving higher. Just going to quickly look to see if there's anything really getting beaten up that we haven't talked about. Wayfair, which is not being beaten up, but so the retail sector. But is there anything not? Yeah. So Wayfair and Urban Outfitters, Dollar Tree, Carvana. So but most of the sectors are up except for energy, of course. How's SpaceX doing? SPCX. All right. So SpaceX SPCX is at the VWAP. Okay. So it is at the VWAP. All right, guys. Just looking now. Keep an eye on the AGPU. Okay, the AGPU is still hanging around the $8 level. Has room, of course, on when you look left on that daily chart. Edible is still hanging tough, I believe. Yeah, it's right at the VWAP. So Edible EDBL is still hanging on the VWAP. All right, guys. I think we have about a minute to the market open, well, the 9:30 open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. The only thing I may do if I do see something in the trend reversals, the daily trend reversals, but it would have to be a company. It would have to be sort of a name company. It would have to be a name company ETF if I'm going to look at it. LGHL guys, over two. And it has won 7 races. Okay, guys, we are now open, of course. So nothing's going to happen in this trend reversal scan, which is definitely my favorite scan right now, until at least 9:35. Sorry, yeah, 9:35, 5 minutes after the 9:30 open. All right. Well, I see AGPU really giving it up to start. Edible, EDBL over eight. Really held that VWAP well. I wonder if it's halted. It is not halted, but I can see anyway. I'm surprised. Yes, it's halted now. I was going to say it's got to be halted. It's going to be halted. Why? Because when I looked at the bid ask, it was 830, 831, and it wasn't moving. That is your clue that it's going to get halted. So EDBL halted right off the bat. Pre-market high was almost 10, might have been 10. LGHL just sneaking underneath 2. The MNR guys. Okay, so the crypto plays, I guess, are just taking a look at what crypto's doing. Crypto's around 65,000, or Bitcoin's around 65,000. So this one is moving though. BMNR. Well, remember this remember this month, but it is moving. It is moving. What's the float? Well, I can believe that float. 600 million in the float. That is a big move. Well, look at SpaceX. I mean, it got up to 115 and now it's right back down to 112, and that's SBCX. Do that. V triple E. Yeah, this was a big one from last, well, not last week, but the week before. Well, it was active last week, but the week before, what did it get up to? 55, really? 520,000 in the float. Not a lot of volume, though. Not a lot. I mean, yeah, relative volume, 43 times normal, but it's not trading in the millions. Last week's high was $37. I remember this one now. Yeah, big red bar. What time is it now? 9:33. So yeah, so this is the opening 5 minute bar. So yeah, we have a sort of a red bar. Could not hold the VWAP. Got like you can see all the action right at the VWAP on the SPY. Tried to get through it, could not. BMNR probably still ripping higher here. Yes. So remember that quants in the new NLR, that was the top sector. So here's QBTS as an example. QBTS. Oh man, BIYA now just exploded. Just exploded. You can see it here. You can see it here. Okay, we are now, and there's the BIYA actually. Okay, is it? This is a little unusual. Yeah, this is a little unusual getting all these so quickly. Actually, these things are moving a little too. They're really moving here. I'm sort of. I want to see what this BIYA is doing. 326, 326. I mean, there's a lot of room. Yeah, 330 is the next high on the daily chart, and then after that, 410. Have to pay attention to this one. I want to see if we can get back up to that level right there. You can see where it stalled. Look at that high right there. Okay, putting a. All right, guys. Well, this could be a nice, quick, early one. Oh man, what a great alert, guys. Great alert right there. BIYA. I didn't get it quite at 326. And I am now. Wow. Okay, I've taken some off because just in case I cannot get through four, okay? It's a BIYA. Boy, oh boy, this is super active this morning. Super active this morning. All right, guys. Well, I mean, the next high looking left, I got almost right there, right? 410. And it got up to 393. That's why, but look, if we can get through, why not? Put a price alert there, 410, see if we can get through that. And then the next high is way up there at 990 or so. But it has gone parabolic. So as I say, the nukes have gone NLR, which is the nuke, and uranium ETF. See if there's any volume. Still no volume. 22,000 shares. You kidding me? Another quant, guys. This is, of course, this is the two time for our GTI. Okay, two time. Well, BIYA is still trying to get through four. I don't have very much left, but if it does pop through four, that'd be great. LVWR, let's see what's happening with this one. Look at the SPY, by the way, guys. Remember we were talking about that for opening 5-minute bar was not looking that great. The next one, though, got into the VWAP again. It'll pop above it. So still, a little bit unknown what's going to happen with respect to the VWAP and the SPY. Wow. So STAK got, yeah, halted on the way down 65%, trying to bounce though. And this just got halted. Oh, sorry, resumed. Okay, NCTY. Was halted at 396 and is now 411, a little bit above the halt price. Okay, let's take a look at AGPU. Okay, it pulled back quite a bit. Okay, I thought I was hoping I didn't know where the VWAP was, so it's so well underneath the VWAP. I was hoping that maybe the VWAP is more around the 7 level and it was holding, but no. So a little bit of room for the INFQ, little bit of room. They can take out 10 and 1030 is the next high, showing up on the trend reversal scan. Okay, so these are the ones so far today in the trend reversals. Again, this is the don't repeat version. If you take it from my homepage, you're going to see something more like this, where the stock, you're going to see it over and over again as it makes new highs or lows. NCTY, well, I don't think you could have got it at 390. I think we got halted almost immediately. Yeah, 396. I don't think you could have got it at 390. Wow, there's the BIYA. Wow, it took out 4. Oh, brother. I wish I had my entire position now. So let's see. That was at 9:35 for the V triple E at 1839. What time was this? Yeah, so that was basically on that can. I don't know if you could have got it at 1839. I mean, it popped up in 1941. Okay, just looking at some of these previous ones, guys. Want to see if there's anything happening. This is probably a two-time, yeah, two-time for Ion Q. Wow, pretty good. 1149, 1203 right now. I did not take it. Too wrapped up in this BIYA. And these three here, these are the Probably the shorts. Oh, they're longs. Interesting. Oh no, they're shorts. They're shorts. These are the shorts for these companies. Short ETFs for these companies. That's why they're in yellow. Whereas you see, RGTX, that's the long version. And that's RGTZ is the short version. YYAI. It resumed at 8:44, and then well, okay, forget about that one. BIOT got halted on the way down. Okay. Okay, William, your MPLT, I see it's having a little bit of a bounce. Probably not where you want it. It is at the VWAP though. Okay, it's at the VWAP. The VWAP is around 1370. Edible, I think, is halted on the way down. Edible, EDBL, halted on the way down, yes. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, okay, keep an eye on ENTX. ENTX, yeah, must have won a race before. Why? It's just at 3. The VWAP is around 317. So I put a price alert maybe just a little bit over the VWAP and see if it takes it out. Okay, and then the pre-market high was way up there around $4. So there's certainly room if it can take out the VWAP and maybe get close to that pre-market high. Had some news. Wow, Livewire ripping here now, guys. 13 million in the traded already, 12.8 in the float, so it's traded the float. And this is the news on it. Come on, load. Oh, after Q2 results, okay. Well, so that's old news. July 23rd. I guess it had earnings. Through the 200-day moving average, that's that yellow line on my daily chart. That is a 200-day moving average for LVWR. Boy, VEEE just exploded again. Yeah, I mean, I'm not well, I guess you could have taken it on the pullback. The original alert was at 1839 and it pulled all the way back down to 17. Should have put a price alert right there, but I didn't. Spread is, it's 20 cents. Well, it's a little lot. Yeah, well, it widens. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the spread, 46.68. So it's not a great spread. All right, guys. Well, the BIYA, that's it for me. Well, now this one is taking over. I'm not in this one, but this is really taking over. So this is, I don't know, maybe this is just a, I mean, there was a reaction to earnings on Friday, and now this is an even better one. So there was a reaction right there on that daily chart. You can see it had a nice day. Really nice day. Because the day before it closed at 76 cents and it got up to $1.75. So that was a big move, but this is even a bigger move now. I don't know if you took, I don't think it got low enough for you, did it, William, for the MPLT, but that's a pretty decent bounce now, and it's through the VWAP. Boy, yeah, the problem with this one, well, it's actually tightened a bit. There's a 16-cent spread for the MPLT right now, but just briefly before I saw 1440, 1410, 1440. So it's a dicey spread. I'd love to take it. But with that spread, yeah, see what happened? Look at that, 1369.14. I mean, that's the problem with it. That blue window I'm showing you is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, ENTX. So through the VWAP, a little bit over the VWAP, ENTX, a little bit over the VWAP. All right, I'm gonna keep watching this one. I want to see if it takes up that 320 again, the ENTX. Oh, I see that it was actually an AI alert too. Remember, it's a low, actually, it's not a low float. I mean, it's not high, but it's certainly not low. 53 million in the float for ENTX. And it had some news. It was a private placement. I want to say it was done at $2. Well, I don't know how easy it would have been to get this one. I know our AI had it at 1950. I know we had this one at 1839. I just don't know how easy it would have been to get this. My guess is that, yeah, I mean, the spread isn't great, but if it's going to move $2 or $3, that won't matter. I mean, the next time the weekly chart is way up there at 36. Boy, SPCX guys challenging 110 now. SPCX challenging 110. We will get a re-entry for this one at 318 if it hits there. And that's for the ENTX. Remember, if you have our AI, make sure that you uncheck profitable trades, okay? Why? Just for this reason. Exactly. Just for that reason. Just give me a moment. I'm going to reset my price alert now around 324, see if it takes it out again. A little bit choppy right now, but the trend is up. You can see higher lows being made for the ENTX on a 5-minute chart. All right, guys. Well, let's see if it rips from here. And the answer is yes. Holy man, oh man, guys. Another, was this one alerted here? I don't think so. I don't think it was alerted here. No, because it wasn't a trend reversal. Fantastic. So you see what I'm talking about, okay? If you've got our AI, you've got to have that profitable trades unchecked. Anybody, if you don't know what I'm talking about, please let me know because you're going to miss these. And this looks like it, and I know it's halted. Yeah, it's halted on the way up. It's still a rush, you know. You get into some of these and they just explode. I mean, when just before you get in, it's still a rush. For how long I've been trading, it's still a rush. And it's all, and you know, it's funny, funny, but it's 53 million in the float. Not a crazy low float, but certainly low. So let's see. Now here's adverb ADVB from last week. Well, actually, the last few weeks. Let's see what's happening with this one. It resumed. I didn't even see the halt. It halted at 1909, and wow, 1982 now. Is it going to get halted again? But look at that. Impossible to trade. 1913, 1975 on the bid ask. Basically, well, not impossible, but I mean, pretty dicey. Okay, guys. Well, as I'm waiting for this to come out of the halt, ENTX, I am going to go over my homepage. All the information you can have on my homepage, including all the scans and races, etc., that I'm currently sharing. Yes, I'm in. Yes, I'm in it. I mean, I was just talking about it right here because I wanted to make sure people took the profitable trades off, because you wouldn't have seen that. You wouldn't have seen the reentry at 318 because it was underneath the 323. And as I was talking about it, it just, well, it came back down a little bit. Remember, I put a price alert around the 320, I think about the 323 mark. I was able to get in, and then it exploded. Time is it right now? 9:57. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 10:02 plus 37 seconds. Might have to hold off. No, I have time. Talk a little bit about my homepage. All right, so here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. If you want, you can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription using my code. Okay, so remember, first month only, the 15%, or the entire year. And it doesn't matter whether you pick our premium service or our standard service, the 15% applies to the 2 monthlies and the 2 annuals. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It'll change from time to time, but if you use my code, it really helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate 2 rooms, the YouTube room and the main room, the trading room right here. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about this room, you can come in here. It's free also. But it's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for they want to come into a room and interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can do so here. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it in the room. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. But I get on the mic between 9 to 9:15 for both rooms, Eastern time, of course. And if you scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. There was no trade of the week this week. Steve said, he could not find something specifically. A little too hard. Markets are just a little too hard right now to try to identify one. So he backed out. Well, not backed out. He said remain cash. All right. The ENTX opened. Give me a moment. There's the mud. There's the Micron guys. Micron up here. Just give me a moment. Oh, there's another one. Gosh. A lot of action in this trend reversal today. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the ENTX. I will see if it gets over 4 later on. If it does, I might reclaim it. Okay, let me get back to my home page. Just got to find it. Okay, so again, the trade of the week, there is no trade of the week this week, but you can sign up for it here for next week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Education. So if you do take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, this is what I would do. Click on my homepage link, scroll down, get down to that education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. So this is mandatory if you're just taking out a subscription. And if you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video, okay? Go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's the type of product you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, you can always unsubscribe. Okay? Back to basics. This is for you. If you are new to trading, a free series of videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., you clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So let's see. Well, this is what you can actually see. So this race right over here, Okay, that's the biggest gainers. Everything you see here, I am sharing, but I don't have up and running necessarily. I don't have my large cap up and running. The upside versus downside movers is here. The daily trend reversals. So this is what yours would look like, okay? The repeating version. This is the non-repeating version. I have them both. But that is what the daily trend reversals looks like. Absolutely my favorite scan right now. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes is down here. But as you can see, I've got 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running, but I am sharing them. You can take a look at them if you like. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me, okay? If I can't answer immediately, I'll certainly let you know. Now, there's a problem I'm having with the trading room. I used to be able to see a number beside the tabs, and I would know when there's a question, well, when there's a new posting, but I'm not getting that now for some reason. Ah, yes, okay. Okay, Ace, well, you can use Barry 15. Okay, that is the code. Okay, and just go to my homepage. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, again, go to my homepage and you'll see the code at the top here. When you click on whatever you want getting started, you can use that code. Yep, standard is, yeah, TradeWave is on the standard subscription, yes. Well, there's a pretty good one also, guys, a little less volatile from the trend reversal QBTS, 1861. It is now 1920 right now. That's a nice one. I didn't take it. Can't take them all. Okay, well, I didn't take this one, but this is on the move here, guys. JZXN is on the move a little bit. Ah, wow. Look at the room it's got. Why am I not in this one? 237 is the next high looking left. The alert was at 151, probably a very low float, 2 million in the float, 10 million have traded. Just give me a moment, please, okay? All right, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back, guys. I am back now, both rooms. Well, the SPY is not looking that good right now, guys. I mean, we had a nice move in the pre-market. We were up about 6 points, but now we're only up 2 points in the SPY. SPY is starting to drift down. All right, let's see what's happening up here. There are a lot of ETFs here. Probably another SKDD has got to be an ETF. This is the short for that SKHY. So that is moving down. So SKHY, the stock is moving down in a big way. You know, it's almost down 6%. Well, the VEEE just exploded, guys. I don't know how easy it would have been to get it, but the spread is it's a challenge. So that MPLT, lot of topping tails here, little topping tails right there. Okay, it's still hanging over the VWAP. This could turn into an interesting short, actually. The VWAP is at 1377, so it's just hugging the VWAP right now. I'm going to stick an alert in that area. Just see if it takes it out in a sort of a big way. I don't know why that rectangle showed up, but it did. Now the AGPU. Hmm. Well, it had a nice run into the VWAP. I hope this is not shortable for me. There are shares. Shoot. There are some shares available for me. The reason I say this is, 581, now 399. Remember what yellow means. It's a suggestion to short, and powder blue, a suggestion to go long. Though you can use it like a watch list all day long. And oh boy, the BIYA just exploded. I'm not in it anymore, but exploded over 4. Not many shares for me. They're 4,600 shares at Interactive Brokers to short. This is an all-time low, a YYAI. Wow. Well, where could it go? I did not. I mean, I know I had a price alert here, but I don't know. I either missed it or I just disregarded it. The BIYA. The AGPU guys over. Okay, MPLT. Do I want to short this one? The question is, how much lower can it go? It's down 63%. The low today was right around 1129. Okay. Well, I suppose if this ENTX can take out 4 again, it might have another run because there is room. There is room for it to run if it wants to. Oh man, look how wild this. So this VEEE got up to $23, and now within the next, well, I don't know how long, down to 1879 and halted on the way down, I think. All right, let me take a look at this. Well, first of all, I want to see this compare this upside versus downside movers. See if there's anything interesting that's showing up. Genius Sports might be interesting. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. The monthly chart, the next high is 881. So there's room there on the monthly chart, at least. CXMT, you cannot buy in United States, right? CXMT, I don't know. CXMT, if it's a US stock, I don't know what that is. 153, what is that? CXMT, I don't know. I don't know what that is. But what is CXMT? I don't know what that is. It's not a stock, obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, but it's a China IPO. Oh, so it's a China IPO today, so it hasn't come out. Well, you can buy it. But it's not trading yet. I don't see it. Now, when you say a China IPO, but you mean it like literally just trading in the Chinese market, not trading on the. So it's not an IPO in the U.S. market. It's just in the China market because I'm looking at my IPOs and the IPO calendar. I don't see that there. Okay, so it's just trading in the Shanghai market. Okay, I got you. Yeah. So Micron itself is down a little over 2%, say 2.2% or so. That is the stock. If you thought Micron was going to continue down, you could buy this one, Mud. Market continues to drift down, guys. I mean, the SPY looks like it's it's going to be the reverse of my favorite day. I love the big gap downs and then a recovery most of the day. This is a big gap up, but it's been dropping from the open. So the SPY's only up a point now. Dow's up, Qs are down. So there's a bit of a disconnect in the market. Certainly the Qs are up. The Dow is up, Qs are down a little, and the SPY is barely positive. Giving it more bigger market cap than BABA. Really? $484 billion. Yeah, I guess it would be. Excuse me. I multiply these together. Yeah. All right. Here's another one, guys. Excuse me. PAVS. What's happening with this one? PAVS. Wow. A lot of room. A lot of room. There's the high. So we had the alert at 533. It triggered right. It got right to that high right there. And that's why we got an alert. Now let's watch it and see if it takes it out again. Excuse me. I'm going to put a price alert at 533 and see if it takes it out again. Another low float stock, under $1 million in the float. Not a ton of volume for it. What is the spread like for that one? It's terrible. Yeah, I mean 504, 528. Again, this screen I'm showing you right here. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Of course, that tells me the spread all the time, but it's tightened up a little bit here. But there goes. Look at that 504, 528. You see how it's tough to commit for me anyway. I must be wrong here because Micron must be down 5% at least. Yeah, Micron's down at least 5%. Well, I'm just going to sort of settle back, guys, after a couple of nice early trades on stocks that just exploded. The BIYA and the ENTX. Market is still drifting down. Boy, the SPY looks like it's going to go negative. Yeah, Pavs, I'm sorry, but I mean your spread is I can't trust it. I mean, it might just rip, but it's going to do it without me. I cannot trust the spread. This could be an interesting one. METC. Why could it be interesting? Well, it's breaking down under that pretty psychological number of 10. I don't know where the next low is. There's a monthly low at 975. I'll put a price alert there. Anybody take this short if you had shorts available? What a that arguably this is the best one from the scan. Because it's look at the percentage move from 581 down to 355. I just didn't. Well, I didn't see it in time. Now I might be wrong on this. Well, it's telling me now not available for short sale. But the last time I looked, there were 5,400 shares available. But now they're basically saying not available for short sale. So they're basically that's Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's all I can speak about. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back again. Boy, look at SpaceX now, guys. SpaceX, SPCX. We're going to see 100 this week. 109 now. 109 and just SSPC. Wow. Remember now, if you think SpaceX is going to continue down, you can buy this one, SSPC. No. All right, guys, what time is it now? Not sure who's going to be doing it today in our YouTube room. Chris is gone kind of off and on for the next 2 weeks. So he normally does Mondays. So I have to check to see who's going to be doing it today, taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, well, why AI? You see, yeah, look what's happened. This is kind of strange. All of a sudden, it went from not available back that I don't know. I don't know if that message was right then, not available to short, but this says 4,600 again to short. Not that I want to do it now, and I'm only talking about Interactive Brokers. More ETFs, guys. DLLL, Muzz, MVLL. That's Marvel, I think, right? So there's some big moves. There's some big moves, and I mean that's down to almost 5%. Marvel the stock. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over this race, okay, and why I think it could be a good idea for some of you. Just understand the concept of racing and the fact that it creates a top 10 list for you. Doesn't matter what race you have. In other words, with your own set of parameters. Let's see now. Give me a moment here. There was the low. Now there's another low. 1350. Yeah, I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. I mean, it's down 5.6%. I don't. Is there any news on this one? I think I'll back off it. Okay, so on my homepage, before I talk about the races, cross. I'm sorry to hear that. So obviously, you did not have a stop for the SPCX if you've been in at 148. Okay, the reason I want to show you my homepage is just for the guide, okay? Because I'm going to go over these races or this race right here. I'm going to go over it. So click on my the education section, the more info, and at the top is the user guide, and then a big section on TI stock racing right here. Okay, so everything I'm going to talk about, of course. Yeah, I would have been, at that 135 IPO price, I would have been very anything when it dipped down below that. That is probably where I would have said, okay, I'm out. Can always get back in, but I'm not trying to pile on you or anything. But yeah, I mean, it just doesn't look that good, obviously. So the race. So what does this 1.25% mean? That means that since the race started, I'm running a 4-minute race, and of course everything is adjustable. If you want to run a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, 10-minute race, it's up to you. So since the race started, NCTY, and it won the last race. Okay. So what happens is a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races. So the BYIA has won 7 races, LGHL 7, etc. So automatically a top 10 list is built for you. So if you see something at the top, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. You see something at the top, click on it, see what's happening. It may be setting up for you. This is sort of interesting. I mean, it's hanging over the VWAP. I think this got halted several times. The ENTX, of course, that was another one that trying to hold the VWAP. It's for some of you. If it takes out 4, that might be a trigger for you. Some of you may have a moving average on a chart that if stock pulls back into it, maybe that's how you like to trade. Hmm. All right. Well, I've got the schedule. I've got the schedule now for the for YouTube. So it's Steve today, Andy tomorrow, Steve Thursday, Andy Friday. No Wednesday. Again, I guess Dan is still away. So no CEO doing his YouTube thing on Wednesday. Maybe he's going to stop doing it. I don't know. I know he was away though. So anyway, you see something that's at the top. Of course, click on it. You don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on the symbol. You see something, you see anything actually in this list, click on it, see what's happening. You know, and now this one was the one that had a not a great spread, PAVS, but you don't know what I mean. You know, had the spread is a little bit better, this wouldn't be too bad because it's holding the VWAP. You know, look at the PAVS. There's the VWAP right there, which is around $5. But you hear me say this all the time. Click on it, see what's happening. What is the chart trying to tell you? And if you see anything that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. You know, the VTIX was a very strange one. It had that massive pop. I mean, look what it did. I mean, it had a huge pop all the way up to 475, and it had something to do with Tesla selling their first Omni One enterprise system to Tesla. So yeah, market got all excited, drove it up to 477. But look at this. I mean, it's one thing to you know, to lose the gains, but it's another thing not only to lose the gains, but to, you know, get down 33%. So again, you see something here, just click on it. You never know what you're going to see. So now, why are these stocks showing up? Well, all races start from a top list window. If I right click in the top list window in the race, notice there's an option that says open the top list. So these are the symbols. So this race is based on these symbols. Okay. Watch what happens when I right click in this top list window. There's an option that says launch the real-time stock race. Okay. Am I seeing any slowness in chart updates? Not that. This is Premod in our YouTube room. Let me see. 404. No, I've got, I'm looking at my IB chart and I'm looking at my interactor. I have one interactor broker's chart up and I'm looking at it. I'm looking at BIYA, which is very active and it's the same price. So I'm not seeing any slowness. No, well, I can only, you know, I'll always want to pick an active, very active chart or stock. I don't see any, I see the price is essentially the same. So no. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, this is what I want to see in this top list window. If I right click on it and click on configure, summary. So I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares have traded minimum and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if stocks meet these filter requirements, they're going to show up in this list of stocks. So hopefully it's starting to make sense. You can, like, what sort of Prema, put in BIYA, okay, and see what your broker says and what we say. Because that will be a good barometer for you. Because I mean that's a fast moving stock. So hopefully it's starting to make sense that what you can do is you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. You could take this one and if you know maybe you want to make you can obviously change the price range if you want, maybe you or something else, or maybe add some filters if you have any experience trading, add some of your favorite filters. So you can, you know, but you can run your race based on your set of parameters. So in this particular, what I've done here is I've sorted on the change from the close. So BIYA has up 125% from the close on Friday, all the way down. So you can sort on any column header that you might have. And that's what I've done. If I want to sort on the change from the opening trade of the day, excuse me, then LVWR has moved 62% from its opening trade of the day. So you can still use a top list window in this fashion. Show me the stocks that are up the most, down the most percentage-wise, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, etc. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So if there's any question about the races, just ask me. And why I think it's a good idea is because even if you're a trading veteran, it's interesting for you perhaps that it creates a top 10 list for you automatically. Therefore, you can just, if you wanted to, you could just say, I want to concentrate on these stocks all day long. Now, if you load this race right now, literally right now at 10:45, then you think, well, wait a minute, am I doing something wrong because I'm not getting this list? Your list will start from when you load the race. Now, my race, I load my race approximately 8 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. You have your choice. You pay monthly or yearly for the scanner. Okay, you have a choice. Question by Raf. Question. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, there's your answer. You have your choice. You can pay monthly or yearly. So when you click on my homepage link, you'll know there's a toggle. So if I get started now, so it's on annual now, but if I click monthly, okay, so it's just a toggle. You pick whatever, however you want the length to be. Okay. And the reason, obviously, for people going yearly, first of all, you have to really know you want the product. Number one, and if you go yearly, obviously your per month cost is less than if you go monthly. Well, yearly is cheaper on a monthly. Yes, I mean that's the attraction. So if you've got the cash hanging around because you have to come up with the money up front, but if you've got the money up front or the cash, and you really know you want the product, then yeah, you can go annual. But I would never start off on an annual, okay? I mean, I would make sure you want the product. You can always start off with a monthly. You can always upgrade if you want to call it upgrading. You can always upgrade to an annual later on, and we would honor the promo code. Now, this is just a general statement, not directed to you, Raf. But do not take out if first of all, if you have no trading experience, I mean, it always boggles my mind when I see people with no trading experience and they take out a premium annual subscription. They have no trading experience whatsoever. It's a fantastic program. Trade Ideas is my best Yoda explanations, but seriously, it's a fantastic program. But you have to have some trading experience. It generates ideas to trade. And that's why I say, take a look at the getting started. If you don't have the program, the product, before I would even take it a monthly, take a look at those videos. It may not be, and again, I'm not directing this to you, Raf, or just a general statement. It may not be what you're looking for. But those videos give you an idea about what the program can do. But Pramod, what chart are you comparing us to? Just out of curiosity. Obviously, your broker's chart, right? Your broker's chart should be correct, but so should ours. But I mean, your broker's chart should be correct, or if you're looking at the bid ask or something. See what I'm, when I look here and I'm looking at the prices, 414, 415. I mean, it's basically, I mean, it's the same, okay? And this is a fast moving stock. There's some really putrid volumes here for these earnings plays. I mean, Perf has 269,000 shares, but nothing. Next tomorrow, we'll start to see a lot more in terms of the earnings plays, and probably then when the ones that are up. I mean, only 47,000 shares are traded for the HBT. I mean, and it's up. It's only up 1.8%. So very, very different, Ralph. Very, very different Benzinga Pro. I mean, Kindrill Holdings. Let's say what's this one is pretty big move, 5% move, 214 million in the float. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any news on it for KY. Sorry, KD, just KD. Next high looking left on the weekly is 1285, so that's pretty close. Then 1296. If it can take out 13, yeah, I'm going to put a price alert around the 13 mark for this KD. Maybe it takes it out. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. And if it does, then your next high is 1478. So there would certainly be room. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, back again. So this little scan I've got up here, the upside versus downside movers, these are all real-time alerts, okay? Basically taking two competing scans with the scans have essentially the same filters, like a price range and a minimum volume and things like that. And then the trigger is either a new high of the day, which would be in green, or a new low of the day, which would be in red. So, taking I could break them out and put them side by side. You would see exactly what the two scanners look like, but this is just a different way of expressing our data. And this is the only one. This is the only one that has stocks under a dollar. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. NIPG. NIPG resume. Oh, no, it's not an IPO. Got halted at 2470 and probably no volume. Yeah, not a lot of volume. There's another active one, guys. The CDXS is showing up here, 157. Wow. Well, you can see it's got some room. I mean, to two, you can see there's the 200-day moving average is right at two. Next high is a little bit above that, so it has some room. Yeah, I'm probably not going to take this one. I know. I mean, it's got some room, but I think I'm just going to lie low for a bit. I've had a couple of really good trades to start on some of these crazy low floaters. Okay, guys. Well, not too many questions coming in. Remember now, I'm here to ask, or I'm here to, well, I can ask some questions, but I'm here to answer questions if you have any. And believe me, I like questions because it helps to keep me focused. Poe, I don't know if this is up your alley here, the KIDZ. Cheap one, 61 cents, 60 cents. It's run a little bit already though. But the next high is just around a dollar, a little over a dollar. Oh boy, at $140 SPCX. I know it's not a serious question, but 148. Unless they come out with some, I don't know. I don't know when they have. And plus, well, you probably know this. I mean, the lockup for a lot of the shares, almost a billion of the shares, is I don't know if is it August? It's in August sometime, maybe August 4th, 5th, or 13th, something like that, in the first 2 weeks of August. So now, I think Elon owns most of those shares, but still. Chewy, CHWY, CHWY. Okay, Chewy. Very close to that next high. Yeah, 21, call that 22. Very close. Look at the weekly chart. My news feed is just from Interactive Brokers, Karen. Okay, I just use my Interactive Brokers news feed. Okay, so if I see the news, and then I can, so I, it's sort. Of course, this is the company specific. So when I click on, FJet, here's my FJet news. So if I saw something, I can just click on it and then just see what it is. So it's just Interactive Brokers. Pretty good though. Give me a moment. Ah, okay, Pepe. Don't listen. CELH guys. CELH on the move here. Oh man, still eye level in the shelves. This is Celsius, guys. This is the drink. The next high looking left, pretty close actually on the daily chart, but it's on the move. Celsius a buy as Wall Street analysts look optimistic. Okay. I feel like I'm tormenting you every time I mention it. It's a nice move, though. You got to admit, that's a nice move. Look at that wave, just following that wave. Just one moment, please. Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to see. What I want to see in the wave, anyway, where those bars are still in touch with the top of the wave. Okay. Now you can see how this one is not. As that starts to happen, for me, it means that it's getting a little parabolic, which is fine if you're in down here. Of course you want it to go parabolic, but if you took the trade here, you're wanting, for me anyway, I don't want it, because the minute it starts getting parabolic, I feel that a lot of people down here are probably going to start taking some profit. Ah, boy, that's pretty good. That peach mango Celsius. Pepe, I have like one every 3 days. Okay. It's just I like something cold, and the water doesn't do it for me. It's only okay. I am. I am. It's just a sip. Am I using the TI Pro? Well, I drink it out of the can. Are you using the Pro AI desktop for your screen? Well, there's no I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, this is just my layout. Okay. This is just my layout. It's not the Pro AI. I mean, it's just I don't classify it like that. It's just my layout, which I'm sharing. Not No, I'm not sharing my layout. I'm sharing individual scans, etc. So I'm not sure I've answered your question. So you cannot duplicate my layout exactly, but on my homepage, okay, if you go to my homepage, the reason I don't duplicate my layout is because, first of all, I'm probably, if I did a poll in the room, I'm probably one of the only ones using bar charts. Okay, most people use candlestick charts. I like the bar charts. So number one. But if you go to my homepage and you click on the custom scan section, okay, so scroll down. This is the race right here, is right here. Okay, the biggest gainers started the race. Halts resumes is right here. The daily trend reversals is right down here. Okay. Now the earnings plays, you can, and up and down, you can actually get it from our channel if you want. I mean, I could give this to you, but this is one I don't have it on my homepage, but I'm also sharing a lot of other scans. Okay. But if I were to duplicate this layout and with these bar charts, people go, I don't want bar charts. So the chart, and plus the charting is, it's somewhat personal in terms of, what time frames you want to look at. I mean, what I want to look at are 5 and 15, weekly, daily, monthly. Some of you might go, I don't want to look at that. I want a 2 and a 5 and that's it, or a 2 and a 30, or so. I basically, you should have an idea about what time frame you want to look at. I've settled in on 5:15 intraday, and then these for my. And the only reason I have the daily, weekly, monthly is because if I wanted to take this Celsius right now, okay, not that I would do it right now because it's a little parabolic, but the first thing I'd be doing is I'd be looking left on the daily. Okay, where could it keep going? So when I look left, 2888, that's too close for me. That's why I have that's why I have the daily chart. But if I couldn't, if I look left on the daily chart and everything to the left is below the current price, then I look on the weekly chart. And then if I can't see it on the weekly chart, then I look on the monthly chart. But not everybody wants to trade like that. But if you're just looking for and the upside versus downside movers is there too. Now the question can be, you see those things, you see those links on my homepage link. If you don't know how to get them onto your screen, just let me know. Okay? And that's anybody. So when you see this, my scan section, and you go, okay, well, I'd like to have that, but I don't know what to do. So, I see you click on open scan, and that's a clickable link. So this is what you do. You click on the link, and what will happen, there we go. Okay. So here's the link right here. Okay. There is the link right here. I might have to expand it, make sure I see it right to the end of the link. There you go. And then I just highlight it. I left click on the at the end, and then I drag and I'm highlighting it. So once it's highlighted, now I copy it, Control C, I copy it. And then from the toolbar, file, load from cloud. Because basically by doing what I just did, I put it in the cloud. So I go to the toolbar and click on file, then load from cloud. If I've done it correctly, there it is. This box will already be filled in, and I can tell it is correct. It ends at ED561 here, ED561, and then you load it. Click on load. And this is what I'm saying. Notice that if you load mine right now, you're not going to have a top 10 list. Your top 10 list will be built from the time you load the scan. So right now it's 11:08 Eastern time. Okay, and that's when your top 10 list will be built. Also, if you load my halts or zooms, you're not going to see all the original ones. You'll just see the last one. I just like the look of the reason I went to bar charts is because when Go No Go, which is one of these add-ons that we have, which I used to use, it required bar charts. You know, you when you loaded the symbol from the go no go scans, it would turn into a bar chart, and I found I liked it better. I liked it better than the candlestick charts. I like the look of it better. It's a little more compact, so I decided to stick with it. That's all. I kind of like the way, when I see these, like the jutting out on the sides, either to the left or the right. For me, it's clearer where the stock is closed and opened and all of that. For me, obviously, a bar chart or a candlestick chart, of course, you can do the same thing, but I just found it more pleasant to look at. I mean, it's giving me the same information, of course, but I just kind of like the look of it. And I'd use candlestick charts like everybody else for decades. So when I go back, if I went, so I don't like that. I don't like the look of it. I'd much rather look at a bar chart. But again, that's obviously a personal preference. So when you copy your home page, is it for viewing only? No, no, it becomes your scan, Amber, if that's your question. Becomes your scan, not just for viewing. Another, maybe a misunderstanding. You can edit it if you want. Like if you don't like the price range in this race I'm using, you can edit anything. Anything you get from me, you can edit it once it's on your screen. Okay. That's a good question though. So anything you load for me, any of the scans that I've got that I'm sharing, you can make adjustments, to the price range, the minimum volume. You can add your own filters. You can get rid of some of my filters if you don't like them. Totally customizable once it's on your screen. So one of these may, like the ENTX has got a shot, I think, maybe later on in the day. I mean, it's still hanging around. It's over the VWAP. So ENTX may have a shot at the end of the day. I should reset my price alert, put it over 4 and see if it takes it out. Yeah, I just think completely the opposite. I see that little line right there that I can see that's where it opened. Of course, that line until it closes. What time is it now? It's 11:14. So another minute for this to close. That little jutted line will tell me where it closed. And here's the high and the low. So I mean, I would certainly wouldn't. I'm not trying to convince anybody to go to a bar charts, but I like the compactness of it also. What are the horizontal lines on the bars? Are you talking about the little lines that jut out? Like these little lines like that? Okay, so that will be, well, that's the current price right there, okay? So this is a daily chart. So whenever it closes, that will be the close. That was the open, okay? That's of course the high and that's the low. But intraday, you can see well, this will move also, but intraday, so the one on the right is the current price and then the previous candle. So there's the close. So if I want to see, yeah, I can see right at a glance that close right at the high of the day, okay, or high of the bar. So the right one is the close, and the left one is the open. Again, I absolutely not trying to convince anybody to do the same thing, and I never would have done it except for Go No Go required it. When you copy my homepage, okay, let me shouldn't, but let me see, Amber. Okay, when I click on my homepage link, this is what I see. Okay, well, when you say getting started, yes, but you've got to, oh, I see. You've got to scroll down until you get to the scan section. Okay. So my homepage, I mean, it's obviously a lot of information. I always start, people might want to take out a subscription. So that's at the top here, but you just scroll down and that middle section are the scans. Okay. Make more sense now? All right, guys, in a little less than 45 minutes, I will be taking a break. Steve Gomez from Trade Ideas, who's the originator of the trades of the week. No trade this week, he said. If you got the email, he basically said, market's too hard to try to come up with one trade of the week. And I'm sure he'll go over that. So the SPY went negative, guys. SPY actually went negative after, remember, the SPY was up at one point around 7 points in the pre-market. Take a look at the SPY. Yeah, so we're at 746 up here and dropped all the way down to 730. That's a 10-point drop from the high to the low. So no trading allowed this week. Why? What do you mean by that, Obi? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I don't know if you're kidding or I don't know what you mean by that. So no trading allowed this week. Oh, I see. Wow. Yeah, you're sort of kidding. Well, you get the email. He starts off with, this is the email that you would have got if you signed up for the trade of the week. I'm going to give it to you straight. This market is a mess right now. Here's the honest truth about this week's trade of the week. I don't have one. I'm in all cash myself. This is Steve Gomez, okay? And it just wouldn't sit right to point you into a trade I'm not willing to take. I can't find anything out there that looks strong. Maybe gold and silver, but those have been tough to call too. and I won't send you somewhere I'm not confident. Okay, so that's sometimes the best trade is no trade at all. Oh, I see what you're saying. Cash is a position. So I mean that's of course we Steve is though remember now he's trying to look for stocks that are more swing trading. We can always, I mean, if you're an intraday trader, Trade Ideas is fabulous at finding things like that, but he's not an intraday trader. William, when you, excuse me, I think as a moderator and Obi, are you still getting when there's a new post, say in the general market talk or the specific stocks only, a little number that shows you how many posts there are? I wonder why I'm not seeing the numbers. Unless I don't have it big enough, but I there must be. I don't think there's an option. Yeah. Well, but you just put that in general market talk. Okay, put another one in general market talk if you don't mind. Just anything. I want to see it maybe because I know maybe my screen isn't or my not making it big enough. Just let me know when you did. Could be anything. Just put test or. Okay, yeah. No, I'm not getting the number now. I've not done anything. It's not an option. I don't think that's an option. Well, I might have to ask Sebastian or Pepe. Seriously, I've not done anything. I mean, I've had the number, but the problem is, and I won't know if I'm being asked a question. Oh, so everybody gets it? You mean everybody sees when a new post comes in by a little number beside? I mean, it would make sense that it should be for everybody, not just. I hear the ding when you only when you I guess use my name and at Barry. I hear a ding. Well, yeah, Amber. I mean, the whole idea of, I mean, are you saying that you've never created your own scans? I mean, remember now, the scans that I've got, they may not be for everybody. I mean, not everybody's going to like everything that I like to see. So that's why, you can take okay. So all you have to do then is if you load one of my scans and you like it, just incorporate it as part of your layout. When you shut down Trade Ideas, at the very least, if you say file save layout, well, no, file exit, it's going to ask you yes or no. Do you want to load this layout the next time you load Trade Ideas? So let's say you load my race. I mean, I don't know what if you've had my race on as part of your layout before, but you load something, now it's on your screen and you like it because you don't want to do it every day. You don't want to go to my homepage every day and load. So once you have it on your screen, then you can just say file At the very least, file exit. It's going to ask you, you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas. If you say yes, then whatever you loaded from my homepage will be part of your layout. That makes sense? All right. Ooh, boy, oh boy. I don't think there have been any way you could have got this. Oh man, FIEE. What the heck is this one? The alert was at 8:49, and it is now 10, and soon to be halted. Yeah. Well, actually, okay, it was halted earlier. Wow, halted. I didn't even see this. It was halted at 5:44, or maybe earlier. That was the first halt was at around 4:41. At any rate, it is now 10:33. Not a lot of volume. Not a lot of volume. Only 300,000 shares, but it's only 2.6 million in the float. Boy, halted again, though. Let's see where it could open. So there's the halt price for FIEE. And then here's your potential open. No big clue, but this is the fourth halt. Boy, is this YYA still available? Yeah, my guess is there's something wrong because it's stuck at four. My guess is that they wouldn't let me short this one anyway. Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry, NF. I keep forgetting. There is a main room, okay? You're in YouTube right now. You can stay there if you want, but there's a much more robust room with more traders in the room asking questions and interacting with other traders. Okay, so if you want, and it's free. I'm talking to NF. So if you wanted to come into the other room, the main room, as I call it, click on my homepage link. I'm putting the link underneath. Okay, and if you scroll down a little bit, trading room. Okay, this is the main room. It's free, and there's just a lot more interaction with other traders, and that's why the majority of questions that I'm answering are from that room. I should. It's just that we don't have that many people on YouTube, so I sort of forget that there's people in YouTube at all. And this room also is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can do so. Okay. Okay, what do these guys do? FIEE, telephone apparatus manufacturing. Been in business for how many? A week? 1977. Interesting. Big day, big week, big month. Look at these. Look at these bars. So anyway, getting back to this YYAI, my guess is that this has been stuck at 4.65, 4,600 shares. My guess is that they would not let me short this anyway at Interactive Brokers, even though they claim they have shares available. I mean, that's the best one. That's the best one from this scan percentage wise. If you were able to do it, 581, 327 now. Wow. And that got ugly. FIEE got very ugly. So it got halted on the way up, and now it got halted on the way down. So, guys, the only high flyer that I see that has a chance, maybe in the afternoon, is the Oops, is the ENTX. Because I'm looking at the LGHL, it's challenging $1 now. You know what? Maybe the AGPU, maybe later, but it's underneath the VWAP. But it hasn't completely collapsed. But the LGHL is down. Edible EDBL down. BIYA maybe if it gets over 4 again. I think I have a price alert for that. And I'm talking in the afternoon. Reset my price alert, put it 411, just see if it gets back over 4 again. But at least the ENTX is kind of holding. At least it's holding the VWAX, but I mean, it's not looking great. But another one, I have a price alert just over 4, maybe later on. How about LV? WR? Well, it was certainly active earlier. Let's take a look at it, see what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, the same sort of thing. I mean, it's possible. It's got to get over the VWAP. It's underneath. Much better if these things when they're doing nothing for a while, like you could argue that this is kind of just chopping around a bit, but it's doing all its chopping over the VWAP. Now, it doesn't mean that if it powers through the VWAP, which is what, about 276 or so, maybe. But you need volume. The volume is dwindling, of course, has dwindled, which is typical. I mean, all the action usually is in the first hour, and then you have a rest, and then maybe in the afternoon you get the volume coming back. That's what I see anyway. Ah, shoot. I completely lost sight of that MPLT as the short. I was talking about that. Maybe a good short right there. Would have been an awesome short. Would have over $1. 13.50. We're at 12.35 now. I can't remember what happened. I know I was talking about this, saying I wonder if maybe this would be a good short right around here as it broke down, but I didn't do it. And again, the bad news on this one, right? There had mixed mixed schizophrenia trial results. Well, I don't know, but news means nothing. I mean, MPLT. I don't know if you're just playing around with William there, but obviously the news on this one is terrible, and it has caused the stock to just collapse. You need to download the software, Bill. Yeah, you need to. You are now. When you say new, are you? Did you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or you're thinking about it? But you do. Do you do need to download the software? Yes. Okay. So if you've just subscribed, first thing, if you haven't done this already, okay, click on my homepage link. Okay. If you haven't done this already, click on my homepage link. You'll be at the top here and scroll down until you see the education section right here. And then the getting started with trade ideas. Okay. This is basically mandatory you do this. You may not have to do the login, but there are 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. You'll save yourself a lot of grief, I believe, if you at least look at these 12 short videos so that you understand like what is an alert window? What is a top list window? How would I create one if I wanted one? I'm sharing a lot of my scans, so you could take a look at my scans, depending on your trading style. Some of my scans might be something you want, or maybe they're nothing you want. All depends on your trading style. But I would, if you haven't done this already, please do that. Save you some grief. And then if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, here they are. Yeah, please do the get started. Won't take you long. The videos are very short. And of course, they're not going to make you an expert at trade ideas, but I mean, if you have no idea what an alert window is or a top list window is, or how to create a chart or any of that, I mean, just do yourself a favor and at least understand how to do all those sort of things. Yeah, the edible now is negative. Let me take a look at the, I'm going to go from the toolbar. I'm going to click on new, and then I'm going to click on dock channel bar, and then click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. Now I'm going to go down back to our sector status channel and see what's happening. It's going to look very, very different from when we looked at it in the pre-market. So for instance, retail is now taking over the top spot. Where is NLR? NLR was the top, basically flat. This is the nukes and the uranium stocks. And the worst one, wow, look at the semis. Semis were positive in the pre-market, but look at the semis now. Tech and semis, XLK, tech and semis. These are the semis just getting thumped again. So retail, well, Wayfair has kept its gains. When I looked at Wayfair in the pre-market, I don't think it was up 8%. It was up though. So I think it's actually, yeah, look at this. But there are several down. Let's take a look. Nothing dramatic though. It would have been interesting had there been, some retail stock down, 8% or 5%, running completely counter to the rest of the sector. That's what I think is of interest. You see this 90% means that 90% of the stocks that make up the retail sector are up for the day, but there are some that are down. 10% are down. Consumer staples. This is Tyson, isn't it? Tyson Foods. So up 7.5%, but there are some down. Let's take a look. Bungie, it's down for whatever reason. Down 3.3%, running counter to the sector. Now, some of them might be an earnings play, and in this case, July 29th. So earnings are coming up for BG. But for some of you, this is a way in which you'll use trade ideas. Maybe you'll just come to this channel every single day and check to look to see what's the top stock in a sector and what is the weakest stock in a sector. Okay, Gregory, in our YouTube room. So the race. So if you're talking about why I'm running a 4-minute race, well, it's just a personal preference. Okay, some people. Well, when the concept of racing started, I don't know, a couple of years ago, I decided, I'm going to run 4-minute races. But there's no magic to it. Some people run 3-minute races, some people run 10-minute races, some 5-minute races. It's really up to you. Okay. So this is not like a default. In fact, I think the default, if you loaded a race by default, I think 10 minutes is a default. That's too long for me because I want to have a top 10 list created for me automatically. And so it would take too long if I were running 10-minute races for a top 10 list to be created for me, if that makes sense. Because remember, when a race is over, another one will start. So for 10 minutes, it would just take a little bit longer but it's completely up to you. Whatever you feel comfortable with. If you want to take my race and keep it at 4 minutes, you can do it, but you can always modify it. So when you say what would be the reason for a user to modify anything, actually, modify the price range I'm using for this race and the minimum volume that I'm using. For instance, remember, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click and open the top list window that this race is from, notice in this top list window, if I right click, launch the real-time stock race. So in this top list window, what I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Yesterday, in this case, is Friday. But you might look at this and go, I don't like that price range, for whatever reason. Maybe you love penny stocks and you want to go from 50 cents to $5. Maybe you want larger cap stocks. You want to go from 100 to $1,000. Maybe you want a different volume. Okay. So that's why the fact that I want to see this, doesn't mean that that's what you have to see. But you can always modify anything that I'm sharing. You can always modify to maybe more reflect your trading style. A lot of times it's a price range. Some people just, they have a real, they only like to trade stocks under $10, or they don't want to trade anything under $10. So, but that's, it's up to you. Depends on what sort of trading experience you have. So when you say the buy sell indicators, you are talking like this: a little buy, and a sell that I'm pointing at, say in a 5-minute chart, or the 15. Is that what you're talking about? You're talking to Gregory in our YouTube room. What a short for YYAI, guys. Okay, so this is what we call TI wave. Okay, I don't have the TI wave on the monthly, daily, and I'm sorry, the weekly, daily, and monthly charts. So you can see this orange and then the blue. That is the TI wave, and when it transitions from one to the other, normally you're going to get a buy flag. And when so here was the buy, and then when it starts transitioning to orange, you get the sell flag. Okay. Now, if the question is how, if you want the wave on your chart, and this is part of the standard service, okay, that if you want the wave on your chart, I can show you how, and others. Okay, I might as well just do it. So the first thing is, obviously, you have to be using a Trade Ideas chart. So the first thing is, let me get to a. Okay, if you right click on a chart, use browser interface must be checked. Okay, use browser interface must be checked. So if it's already checked, this is a toggle on and off. So if I did this, it would uncheck it and the wave disappears. Okay, so right click and use browser interface. Okay, so now, and the wave comes back. So that's the first thing. Now, when you do that, and I'm talking to everybody, you probably won't see a wave, because the reason I see a wave is because I've done this before. Okay, so it remembers that I did, enact the wave before. But if you're doing this for the very first time, and I'll use the daily chart, okay, as a bit of an example, because it's already right click, because I don't have the wave. And I'll check use browser interface. Again, because I had done this before on this daily chart, it shows the wave. But if you've never done it, what hopefully you can see up here, there are a bunch of icons. And there's an anchor icon. To the left of it is the indicator icon that I'm pointing at. If you left click on it, one of the options is TI wave. And so if I click on it right now, again, this is a toggle on and off. When I click on it, my wave will disappear. See, the wave disappeared. So I go back and click on it, and then click on TI wave, and then it will appear again. So here, hopefully, when you check use browser interface, you see these icons up here. Now, if you don't see the icons, a couple things, your chart might be too small. Okay, see how when I shrunk this chart a bit, you don't see them anymore. So the chart has to be of sufficient size in order for you to see these icons. Okay. Now, once you click on it, if you want to add it, then you can size your chart whatever you want. Now, if you don't see that indicator icon to the left of the anchor, you might see FX. FX. Okay. It depends on the version of Trade Ideas you have. Okay. So you're either going to see when you right click and click on use browser interface, you're either going to see FX, but hopefully you're going to see that icon because this is a much later version. So Gregory, did that help? If not, I'll do it again. You know, you could go right to the channel, okay, JV. I mean, I could give you this. This is just this is just the big list. All I've done here is I've taken both of these. Oh, you do have the little bar chart to the left. Okay, so just left click on it. So if you left click on it, you can see what I'm doing. I'm pointing at it. When you left click on it, you get TI Wave as one of the options to click on. Okay, and then again, if I do it now, it's a toggling on and off. So if I click on it now, my wave will disappear. I click on it again, and the wave appears. Okay, so I can give you this. It's actually it's going to show you all the earnings plays. There's not many today. Tomorrow, this will be a full list. You won't even more than likely be able to, like, I have a big monitor, I wouldn't be able to see every single stock. It's just that, Monday mornings, typically you don't get a lot of what happens tomorrow is that you'll see all the earnings plays from companies that released after hours today, and of course in the pre-market tomorrow, and that this will be a huge list. But I can give it to you. It's not on my homepage, but I can give it to you. But it's not just the ones that are up. It'll also see the ones that are down. It's just that what I've done is It's what I've done is tomorrow this list will be huge, okay? It'll be absolutely huge. So what I do is I take the list and I duplicate it, and then I shrink it so that I see the right at a glance the ones that are up, and then I sort it just differently so that I see the ones that are down the most also at a glance. That's why it looks like this. It's exactly the same list, except that I just duplicate this. So if I duplicate it and then I just sort on the change from the close, so I see the ones down the most here. These are the ones that are up the most, but there's nothing really shaking here. I mean, the volume on all these are very, very low, very low. But tomorrow will be very different. Wow, 11:54. I've got to get ready for Steve to show up, take over for me in our YouTube room. Stack, STAK, that got halted a few times, right? STAK, did it win a race? It did not win a race, so I'll have to type it in. So, well, there's the VWAP. So for me, would have to get through the VWAP number one. So that's number one. Down 62% though. I mean, it's it had a great day on Friday. Got up to what around almost $12. Closed down here though, so did not come close to holding its gains. but it's underneath the VWAP. I mean, it's hard for me. The only way I would even attempt to trade this is if it broke through the VWAP. That's just me, though. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, so here's the YouTube link. So those of you in YouTube, what happens is in about 5 minutes, I take a break. One of the other traders from Trade Ideas takes over for me. And today it's Steve Gomez, okay? And he'll take over for me in our YouTube room. And I'm just going to get the announcement up. I'm not gone yet. I'll wait until Steve shows up. So, Gregory, were you able to load it? Just by clicking on that on the bar, left click, just left click, and then TI wave, and that'll load it. Now, just just because you see first of all, these are in the past, of course, but for me, like this is nothing I would even pay attention to in terms of a bar. The best for me, see if I can find one. What was the one I was talking about a little earlier where it was nice up? Oh, it was the Celsius. See, that was beautiful. Okay, you see how there's the wave. So if you got in here, not because you saw a buy flag, if you saw the buy flag here and it made sense for you to take it, sure. But if you got into this trade right around here, now you're just riding that wave. You're riding it, and you don't get out of anything until you see that bar right there penetrating the wave. That's how I trade it anyway. Okay. Now here, I mean, I'd probably be out of everything, even though the wave has not turned, but to orange. But I mean, this is pretty dramatic moving down. But you ride the wave, you don't take out anything off anything until you get something like this, where the bar is starting to penetrate into the wave. That's how I trade it. That's how I look at it. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting for a little pop that I would hear. And when Steve is in our YouTube room, how did this one do? This GGRP trend reversal. So remember what the trend reversal is looking for? Stock that was down at least 5% the day before, and then it's up today. Has to be, and most of them are going to be way more than 1%. Has to be at least up 1%. Most of them are going to be way more than that, but also has to be above the previous day's high. And there are some other filters, but those are the two main ones. So for me, a reversal, stock was down at least 5% the day before, and then today it's up and it's above the previous day's high. Or the flip, here's the YYA. So this was up, it closed up at least 5% on Friday, but it's way down today, a reversal. That's what these are looking for. And I just heard a little pop, so I think Steve is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So we will see you in our main room in about 1 hour. Just let me mute myself. So we'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez to our YouTube room, who decided this week, no guts.
No guts.
No guts. No trade of the week.
Oh yeah, I got you.
No,
Yeah.
I understand. I read the email. I get them, of course. So I read your email, and it's a good of you to explain it like that too. Like, why would you try to come up with something that you wouldn't trade?
Yeah, that kind of stuck with me, and I figured that would be a good selling point.
No, seriously though. I mean,
Yeah.
that is it. And because I'm assuming every single trade of the week is something you would trade.
Yes. Of course.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah, I got people texting me right now. Sorry. Um, yes. So it's a short-handed week. Normally, people are expecting Chris today, but it's me. So howdy.
yes. And no Dan again on Wednesday. Is he still abroad?
Pretty sure that this will be the last week he's traveling, so he'll be back next week. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it'll be me today, Andy tomorrow, nobody Wednesday, myself again Thursday, and then Andy on Friday, as the summer schedule kind of winds down there.
Yeah. I know Chris is off for a couple of weeks, I thought. But anyway, we will. Okay, so I'll let you go. Now you don't have a meeting to go to at 1, do you?
No, not today.
So today I actually get an extra 5 minutes in.
Okay.
Okay, Steve. I'll see you in about an hour.
Yep. All right, let me get my handy dandy marker up here. It's funny. So, yes, on that note, I came in all cash today. Been a while. I ripped the Band-Aid off, and why is that the case? Where is my Epic pen? Let me get that up here again. The case is just the way we closed and how quickly this market really changed its tune. And I talked about this on Thursday. If I go to the NASDAQ here, back here, everything was looking kind of cool. Like we could break out of that wedge. We had a really nice defined wedge. And I said, whichever way you break out of the wedge is the direction you go with. And generally, it's the path of least resistance, expecting up. Well, in the bigger picture, we're pretty overbought over the course of a few years. And we broke down through that 50-day. This is the key element right here that I just don't like. If I had to put my finger on one issue of why I don't like anything right now, that's been 7-8 days below the NASDAQ's 50-day moving average, which was holding us up. We go to the SPY. The SPY is now joining the party after a small head fake back up into the range. We had 2 days, last week, ugly, a horrible fake out today. Now, I want to just point this out to everybody. I got so tired of looking at individual names. I'll just pull up a random one here, EOSC, things that are in a death march. And you see the stock market open up and it gaps up and the stocks gap up and you're like, oh, geez, they're going to get me. I better jump back into my favorite name. And then they just pull the rug. And it's just been this day after day after day. So I'm kind of, in a way, I'm kind of glad I did it again today because it proves my point. It's difficult out there. I don't have anything. There was no harm, no foul. I didn't chase anything. Thankfully, I was kind of figuring this pattern out. And then lastly, the IWM Russell 2000 is flirting with its 50-day moving average. So all these things combined are just making me think, summertime doldrums, sell in May, go away. June and July have been horrible. October, September are bad months. They're right around the corner. August is a European vacation month. I'm just not really interested in stocks right now. Therefore, I did allocate some money today, Patrick. I think, silver and gold are just kind of hanging in there. Now, let's look at the real chart here on the futures. If I go to the daily, start with gold. So daily chart here on gold, it's been a mess. And we've kind of come down and bing, a second test of double lows. And now we're trying to just dig in here above the 10-day moving average on gold and hold on. Daily chart, same kind of a thing over there in the silver. Lower low, but moving higher. So if we go over to, you followed me into cash, that's right. I have 0 positions. However, I'm going to show you though. I'm going to show you right now. I did pick up 2 items. PSLV, this is my silver name. So it's kind of a spotty chart because it's an ETF, but let me show you something. If we go in here and just do a quick indicator of RSI, I'm going to bet, look at that. Lower lows in PSLV, that was a crappy draw. Lower lows in PSLV. How about we do a line? Higher lows in the RSI with lower lows in the price. You see that? That's what you call bullish divergence. That usually signals possible changing of the winds where things are just getting tired to the downside. Bearish divergence is the opposite, things that are overbought. So if we do that with silver and we do that with, I'll do that with just GLD, I guess. Same scenario. Slightly lower low, much significantly higher low in the RSI. I'm just kind of waiting for the stuff to pop. And I'm going to just park some money. I parked about 40% of my account in two things, PSLV and PHYS. And you're probably asking, well, why didn't you just buy GLD and SLV? I'll tell you why, because I have a huge aversion to paper ETFs. These guys don't own any gold. They might say they do, but who knows? But PHYS is the Sprott Gold Fund, and they are audited. You can guarantee they've got the funds. So you can't, own a bunch of gold and have it delivered to you. Well, you can have these guys be your custodian, and I trust the Sprott Physical Gold Fund. PSLV is the Sprott Physical Silver Fund. So I put some money into these this morning to kind of park, to not be in cash, all cash, and to not be in stocks. I feel like technically these things might be ready for a turn. We also have the FOMC this week. That could be a major catalyst. But let me just point one more thing out to you. Midday, I don't see a lot of stocks that look like PSLV here midday. Rising 5-day moving average. Yeah, we gapped up. We held the gap. We're just making higher. We're just looking for an excuse to kind of move higher. It's a much different look over there in the physical commodity sector than it is in the equity stocks. Quantum started off strong. Will it stay strong? Qubits just exploded out of the gate, of course. Is that Rigotti also? Yeah. Rigotti's already given half of that back. RQQ's given half of that back. Qubits has been hanging on. I'm sorry, QUBT is what I meant to type. Gave half of that back. IONQ, half of that back. So it's the same story. Sucker people long into a downtrend, and the sellers are using that fear of missing out to dump their stock on you. It's been doing this for weeks, you guys. So I'm done playing that game, and I'm looking for things that are showing strength. I can just use SLV. Look at that. We're getting a bump now in SLV and GLD. Getting a bump in GLD. So I'm getting my way here. And just out of curiosity, of the entire account, I parked. Who do we got there? Bear with me here. Hold on a second. Parked about 40% of the account in silver and gold, which means the other 60% is just sitting in cash. Brian Shannon showed me this stock. It's kind of interesting. I put an alert in there, but again, I'm not really interested in that much right now. All right, anybody questions? I follow the .GC futures and 1 hour chart above 80 MA. I go long, learned that from a good trader. I'd buy that. Let me go back to the gold futures and 1 hour chart. And what I'm using is the 10 SMA which is in orange. What if we change that? What if we change that to an 8? Oh, I'm under SMA. That makes it hard. Let me go back. Yeah, it's still showing an 8. I want to make sure that's a 10. Okay. But if we go to, let's see, a 1 hour, 15 minute. No, I'm sorry, 30 minute. The reason I'm going to 30 minute is I'll show you. I love it too. This looks great. Look right here. My blue line is a 65 SMA. So instead of using the 130 on a 15-minute chart, I'm using a 30-minute chart. And so you cut the SMA in half, which means the 65 SMA is giving us a 5-day moving average. So this is the gold futures on a 5-day moving average, and it's doing what I kind of hope. It's showing levels of resistance and support. It kind of just flipped the script right there, didn't it? Resistance popped through, came back, double tested it, and what was once resistance now became support. A little sloppiness here, but we're back above. So I would take it one step further. I'd like to be in silver and gold when it's above the 5-day moving average. So gold is outperforming silver a little bit. Silver's got some work to do above its 5-day. It's a little more volatile. Yeah, I don't use it on the daily because it's just, if I go back to my trade ideas chart, it's just too much information on the daily. If we go to GLD on the daily and try to pop a 5-day moving average in there, just be one more line. I'd rather use this line, my 5-day moving average. And this is a healthy horseshoe, I call that. Something that opens up strong, gaps up, fills a obvious support level. And then if it goes back to highs, watch out. That's what I'm hoping for. All right, any questions? It's a slow week usually in the market. The late July, early August period. But if you got any questions, fire away, especially on the product. It's not really a very expensive stock, is it? Doesn't really move much. I think it's a medical marijuana stock. Yep, cannabis. Cannabis stocks are tough. Let's check in on the S&P, NASDAQ. Okay, so NASDAQ couldn't go to lows. We're going to try and fight a little bit. S&Ps did go to new lows and then popped right back up. That's why you don't short new lows, because it usually kind of tickles a new low and then buyers step in and try and get a good deal and pop back up. Hello, let's see, Justin. I'm looking for a filter for the bullish divergence on TA. So I think the only thing we have, let's explore it, might be pre-made. Market Explorer window. Let's take a look. Look at that. RSI daily, very first one, relative strength. So let's go daily. RSI divergence long. Let's put our RSI back on the daily. They're giving us two stocks. There's supposedly bullish divergence. ALEC, and it is. Let me elaborate. Lower price, higher low. Kroger, back here, lower price, higher low. Oh, some new ones are coming in. VC. So these are ideas for RSI divergence under select strategy relative strength. Short, these would be the long ones. They're looking a bit. Yeah, there we go. See, let me point this out here. Look at this BLLN. dun, 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 but it keeps going to new highs on less power. Imprint on that visual. This is what you literally want. You can't make your own custom formula. This has been pretty much hard-coded. Anything in the Market Explorer is hard-coded. So it's really the best I can do to give that to you. I can't even share it in the cloud. I just have to show you how to access it, which is under New, under the E block, Market Explorer. And then once you're in the Market Explorer, right-click to the top strategy there in relative strength, and you'll start to see. That's the only thing I can point you towards, Justin. Can you share the scan you showed for silver? Sure. Let's see. So if I go back to silver, I was showing you the RSI divergence, I believe. We have a lower low in the silver price. At the same time, we had a higher low in the RSI. So that tells us that the stock is making new lows on less effort, on less push. Hopefully that's the one you're talking about. Can I share the scan? I can't share the scan, but if you want to qualify your question, you can use that new Market Explorer to find some of those divergences. But this is just my stock chart that I marked up with RSI, which I don't normally use unless I want to visualize it. You got it? Okay, good. All set. I'll go back and check in here on silver and gold. Be nice to get a push. I just don't trust anything else right now. I'd like to see that bull hold. I was afraid to go long silver and gold into the weekend. You lose control. Oh, I finally cut ABTC. I finally just got rid of this thing and took my losses. It's just absolute death. I don't know. I've never seen anything so bad. And I shouldn't say that because I've seen a lot of other stocks that are pretty bad too. They just can't catch a bid. We've been in a death march, and many of these names that were hot last couple quarters ago, they're just cold as ice now. And the worst thing you can do is just keep trying to bid into stocks that once worked for you. And Xerox was a great stock for me back here and here. And then I've given up on it. It's just not doing anything. So I'm trying to find things that are above their moving averages and wanting to move higher. For the moment, PSLV, would love to see this thing go to highs. I might even buy more if it goes to highs. There's another one, LAES. It was a kind of an interesting stock way back here. And now it just makes it kind of hard when the momentum markets go away. Momentum markets are fun because you can pretty much just throw darts and things go up. And it addicts and brings a lot of people into trading. And then the hard part of that is eventually that action turns on a dime. And the people that recognize it quickly and adapt are the ones that are sticking around. Because that Groupon still keeps going higher. That's amazing. Probably because the economy and the giant short float. Good mix. ARQQ, I tried to play this quant back here, just disgustingly action. It's a perfect example of the kind of stuff that frustrates me. Tried to go twice and then reversed, and then I just said, I'm done. So it's hard sometimes. You have a fear of missing out. You're afraid your favorite stocks are going to run without you. But even if they do, they're going to set up again at some point. You just can't let the fear of missing out make you chase things and make you break your rules. Trying to cut losses and rebalancing. Well, the rebalance with me right now is silver and gold until I can figure out if stocks are going to be fun again. I feel like silver and gold. Remember how fun they were in January? That they've been decimated. Remember how much fun silver was in January? It'd been decimated. I feel like they're getting ready to come back to life. So different story than stocks, and it makes perfect sense to me. So I'm kind of, betting literally on allocating my account to a good 40% of silver and gold, something of which I'd be fired as a money manager for other people's money, but I can do whatever I want. I mentioned PSLV. PSLV is for the Sprott Silver Fund. The ETF for silver is SLV, and I guarantee you there's more paper than actual gold in their so-called ETF vault. PHYS is what I bought in lieu of buying the same thing, GLD Gold, which is the ETF, and who knows if they even have any gold. There could become a day where there's a headline where people are saying, hey, do these ETFs really own the gold and silver they say they own? Well, the Sprott Fund doesn't have that concern. And that would immediately probably bring attention to a Sprott Fund type of a setup. Yep. PHYS for gold. Both have the same shape. They're actually PHYS is a little closer to highs. And then PSLV is up 107, where SLV is up 0.9. So there's actually a little bit of a premium already built into the Sprott silver and gold, it looks like. CEF. I don't think I've heard that one. Okay, Sprott, that's the combined, yes, combined. Thank you for reminding me of that one. Physical gold and silver together. I just went ahead and mixed them up. Here's that Cron. You know what? I'm going to buy a little bit of this. Why not? It's Brian Shannon's call. I'll blame him if it doesn't work. All right. Guess they have a lot of cash. That's the thing he liked. Of course they have cash. They're a medical marijuana company. They can't bank. Can't put it in the bank. All right. Anyway, but yeah, the CEF, I forgot about that ETF. Thanks. Keep an eye on these NASDAQs. They just can't get out of their own way. SMHs, look at it. They can't bounce. Now they're tangling with the 10 SMA. If the sellers are really as aggressive as they could be, the sellers could force the SMHs to lows, but it is midday, and a lot of times midday, sellers will lift and kind of give the buyers false hope and let it come back up, like I've said, and then by the end of the day, they show up again. So we're probably just going to chop around here for a little bit. But again, the end of the day is where the story is told. That's why I wait a lot of times in my account to see if there's something I want to keep or sell. I wait for the last 5 minutes so I can see what the actual candle is going to look like. All right, I'm happy to look at anybody's charts if they have any. Or help with scans, of course. That's why we're here every day this week, Monday through Friday, except Wednesday. This Hertz company is something weird. This might be rock bottom for that stock. Put an alert there. Oops. Keep an eye on Hertz. Amber, can you talk more about the market mood and what you were saying? The buying and selling is wacky. Yeah, every single day, the market makers just kind of sucker you in to things you want. They gap the market up, and then this is the NASDAQ. And so when the NASDAQ gaps up like that, it pulls a lot of your favorite stocks up with it. And people are like, oh no, I sold. I gotta get back into it. And so you start chasing it. And then there's a euphoria for fear of missing out. And then the market makers and the people who really have stock to sell are using that opportunity to just jam it back down and sell it on the open. And this is what they've been doing for weeks on end in many of these names that are just in a death march. They give you false hope, and then by the end of the day, they're closing near lows. That could change today. I'm just exhausted from it. And I'll just kind of keep an eye on things as they try and shape up. But NNE and SMR and those nano nuke companies, they've been just discouraging people forever. Went from 30 down to 15 here. It's if they don't wear you out, if they don't scare you out, they wear you out, and that's what seems to be happening in a lot of these names. I gotta tell you, that Hertz is kind of compelling. There's something compelling about Hertz. I might do a day trade in Hertz. Let's see what happens. I got Cron working, going to highs, and I did buy some Hertz. Both of these I bought live in front of you. These are stocks that are just beating the hell up. Or at least Hertz is. And I know I can manage it. It could be a day trade. If it doesn't work, I sell it. But on the off chance I have all this cash, if it does work and it closes strong, well, then maybe it's the beginning of something else. But I'm just going to continue with my gold and silver hold as they slowly kind of creep up. Little pop in the NASDAQ there. But the stuff that I'm in is working, so there's no stress. Move that up to prior highs. Then it really could get going if it does something. They play games. I sold everything last Thursday and have 80% cash now. Yeah, Alex. I'll go back to it again. If they don't scare you out, they wear you out. And that's the latter. They kind of just wore me out. Last week was just the last straw. I was like, enough. Tired of falling for this. It was just paper cut after paper cut because I would get into something at a pretty good, price on the open and then roll back over to new lows. I was getting stopped out. So it was just death by 100 cuts last week, and it just annoyed me. So you lose all control of Bitcoin or any crypto. I had some exposure to Bitcoin and crypto, and you lose all exposure over the weekend to gold and silver. But I thought they closed strong, but I didn't want to take that risk home. So I said, I'll just come in 100% cash on Monday and see what sets up and what comes to mind. And gold and silver kind of gapped up, and I thought, okay, I missed it. But then market opened, and all of a sudden they came in pretty good. And I thought, well, this is a decent little gap fill in the price of gold and silver. I'll jump back in and kind of try again like I was doing on Friday. Missed the risk of the Saturday Sunday hold and started fresh. As we're speaking, it seems like gold's getting a little bit of a lift. Okay, it's trying. PHYS is up more. PHYS is at highs. Isn't that interesting? I like seeing that. A little bit of a small contingent of people that maybe understand there's a premium starting to build into these Sprott funds because there's no risk of audit and surprise audit. Okay, I just saw that for you, Justin. Can I look at Stack? That's goofy. I don't know what to say. It's obviously news related that happened on Friday, and then it halted, and then it's time. But in the moment, it's trying to do something. So, if I were to play this, your break even, this is a big range too. Float is 10 million. I can tell it trades like a 10 million share float. It's just back and forth. This is probably something you trade on like a 2-minute chart. And these are the kind of things you do want to trade on real short-term charts. It's not my game. Barry could be probably better at tell you how to trade something like this. It looks like it's very thin, very widespread. It's trying to go up in the moment, but why did it gap back down so hard? Obviously, these can be very volatile, and you can just kind of really throw any semblance or handicapping or guessing out the window because the low float, the volatility, the amount of players in it, they can go all over the place quickly. So I don't really have a huge opinion on that one. Sorry. See a lot of green coming through. Those are the 2 minutes. I need to go back to the 15-minute. Poet. That's a name that Andy's been trying. Same thing. Death March. Now we got a midday lift, and people are probably thinking, "Oh no, I can't miss out on this. I better chase this midday." I don't think I'm interested in anything chasing midday, except the two things that I do have. This is extremely oversold. Excuse me, Hertz. I've kind of followed that story. Seems like all the bad news has been worked out of it. And Kron is a pick from Brian. I'll blame him if it doesn't work, but he's usually got a pretty good eye. That's working. PSLV and PHYS. That's all I've got at highs. Let's go over to the futures charts and see what they're starting to look like. Getting a little better. Gold especially. Gold's trying to lead the charge today. Yes, let's go. PSLV, let's go. Did you play that stock on Friday, Justin? Were you playing around with that volatile gap and halt and all that stuff? I mean, if you're comfortable playing that stuff, then, it's cool. It's just not my game. I can't be as fast as Barry and you guys. The Xerox is now trying to do something. This is the exact kind of chart that just gets you every time. It's in a downtrend. It's under its 50. It's under its 20. It's likely going to find sellers at the 20. Yeah, it looks kind of cute on here, but the bigger picture, you're still guessing. You're still under all of this pressure, and there's just so many charts that look like this. It's a monumental task to break back through those moving averages. I'd rather focus on things that Brian's looking at that are above its moving averages, like Kron. PSLV is under its medium-term averages, but it's been beaten up badly. Ideally, this is a trend change, and if it is, then I can sit. Just got CEF today above the 10 and 20. CEF. Yeah, gosh dang it, Steve, tight. Yep, it's above the 10 and 20. It's a good looking chart. Volume is thin. Let's see what the PSLV volume is. 3 million versus 200,000. I like that. PHYS is 1.5 million. I like the volume in those two, and I just kind of add them together. I think the real upside is in silver. Silver got whacked more than gold did. I reset that and it went off again. Let's reset this up. I'm going to put this way up there now at 20. We can get a nice dollar move out of PSLV over the next day or two. I'm usually a swinger, but I get into the day trade. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with and I'm Andy does it all the time. I'm kind of doing it now. If these things don't work, you go from swing to day trade. You got to just go with what the market's giving you. I was just curious. Slice talk swinger day. Yeah, that's a crazy looking stock. That's a day trade stock, I think. Games, another one I wanted to be in, but I don't know why. But now it's under all the moving averages. It's just it's a giant current. There's no point in guessing anymore. DFTX, I got a lucky break in that one back here. I don't remember, but I was long and I got out on these first 2 days. It really hasn't done much since except be a capital eater. And in my case, I can't stand sitting in capital eaters that take up all your buying power because that's not a margin account. Here we go. It's looking good. I hate adding at new highs. I'm not going to add at new highs. If it keeps going and pulls back a little bit, I might add later, but can't stand chasing new highs, even on an addition of a good trade. So I'll just sit and see if this stuff can marinate for me today. Make up for some of the paper cuts last week. Rumble, that was another one. Just couldn't get going. Still looks like crap. Been trying to get into DDD for a while. I remember that name. 3D Systems. The 200-day moving average is probably just screaming out to be tested. It's look how it did a fake out here. The 5-day moving average rejected it. Now it's trying to take the 5-day. Yeah, depends on if it's a day trade, you might be able to play that. But my biggest concern is that at some point it's going to spike down and try and test that 200-day moving average and just see if there's any weak hands down there. That's my concern. No. What are some of these copper stocks now? TGB, what a mess this thing's been. Oh my God. Okay. DFTX must have had some bad news. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it at least trying. It filled the gap. It did fill the gap with this recent pullback. You see this gap right there. So it kind of filled that void. And it kind of double tested the area. I'd say if it closes above the 5-day moving average today, you might have a shot. But my biggest concern is always those looming moving averages right below. It seems like quant funds like to just shake the trees and help establish their long position by shaking out the weak hands in the opening half an hour. And you want to do anything you can to be avoiding being that person being shaken out in the first half hour. And a lot of times that just means look away because it's probably going to reverse. Definitely happy about the shape of that chart right there. TSLB. HYS 0.9 and GLD. There's still a bit of a premium in those little Sprott funds. You just bought a little bit of this just to keep an eye on it. Just keep it on the radar. Seems like it's been overdone. All right, guys. Let's see. Barry will be back in about 20 minutes. Oh, there's that fig finally turned around. What a joke that thing was, too. It's been hard the last few weeks. It's like software had the best opening. Lunar shouldn't be on there. I don't know why that's on there. XRT had a decent opening. China, energy, healthcare. And there's gold climbing the ladder with silver right behind it now. It's looking good. I need to change that. I need to get that off my screen. Here's how you do that, guys. You go to the trade ideas. You go to my trade ideas right there. And then you go to, where is it? My stocks. And then over here on my watch list, I've got that I've got that ETF watch list that should not have Lunar on it. There it is, Lunar on my ETF list needs to go. And that's it. And that's how you get rid of this right there. Because this is sector, it's called the sector ETF list. And I managed that from the dashboard. Well, I missed stack for the day it shot up. Okay, gotcha. Those things can just, the volatility I see, it attracts people because it's showing you that it can move, but it can move against you. And that's what I hate. I'd rather like play things that I have a good feel for the setup and a good feel for the conviction and support levels, etc. NASDAQ trying to build, but it just can't. That's the most it can muster here midday. Let's look at the MAG stocks, the big seven. This is another thing that was very concerning to me. Look at this gap down, just a break in the big seven stocks. And then nothing but red, red, red 3 days in a row. Let's check in on Tesla. I've often said the bad earnings takes 3 days to wash out the weakest hands. 1, 2, 3 days. Well, today's day 3. And I mean, I like Tesla, but this chart is broken. There's some serious broken charts out there, man. Those climbing out on the edge of a tree branch and then snap, and you wake up one day and it's a giant gap down and it just keeps going lower. That's breaking a bone. You got to put a cast on that. It's going to take a while to recover from all this, just like I was showing you in the big seven stocks. So for that reason, going into the weekend, it was like enough. Enough is enough in some of these names. And I love Tesla. I love the company, but we finally got the price earnings ratio under 300, but it's still 296. Just for comparison, MU is 22. SanDisk is 189. It's been a pretty big one. What's NVIDIA? 31. 31 price earnings ratios. The price to earnings is 31 times trading, 31 times what the company earns. The Tesla, 296. I love Elon Musk. I love Tesla, but I always go back to this. At what point is this thing going to be fairly valued? Because it seems like everybody and their mother is chasing it. Yes, the future is bright, but is it worth that much? Well, the last earnings and the giant gap down, I think there was a lot of surprise in there that some of their earnings were propped up by SpaceX investments. And so it was kind of a major blow over there in Tesla. It's going to take a while for that to recover. Will I be interested in SpaceX? Probably in about 11 months. The data show that any overhyped IPO will trade in euphoric patterns for the first week, which it did, and then it will make its established low 12 months after the IPO. That is cold, hard data. It happened to Amazon and Facebook, eBay, some of the biggest hyped stocks during the time came out of the gate strong, and then he shit the bed for 12 months. It's just how they trade. So I might be interested in SpaceX in 2027. Who knows? I hate to speculate on that kind of stuff, Kish. I just read the tea leaves. Like I just said, that horrible break in the Tesla chart is unmistakable. You can't look away from that. And then the historical data of all overhyped IPOs. And I would call SpaceX probably the overhyped of all overhyped IPOs. So therefore it fits the category where it'll take the lockout periods and the expiration periods and the people that finally want their exit strategy that have been in there for 10 years. It takes a year for that stuff to just like sort out. And then the company starts to catch its stride, and then people start to pile back in. But that's usually a 12-month period. You very well could be right there, yeah. Kind of the same games that Ryan Cohen is playing over in GameStop, trying to buy eBay. But that chart is also a mess. Yeah, I remember those games, funding secured, 420, all that stuff. Microsoft, I wonder what their PE ratio is. Microsoft PE ratio is 22. Microsoft is pinned under the 50-day moving average. Support, broke. This is the day it broke the 50-day moving average, and it hasn't gotten back above since. Nice volume down here, good reversal for swing traders, but back to the old scene of the crime, rejected. 4 days in a row rejected at the 50. It made all the sense in the world that it's pulling back the battering ram, and maybe they're going to try and battering ram it again. So what I would do is I would just put a price alert just there above 400. And if it goes off on that day, if the day Microsoft can regain and close back above, not trade above and wick, but close above the 50-day moving average, that could be a signal to start going long again. Just like this first day below the 50 was a signal to get the hell out. So, Brian taught me this. This is a general bill of health. If stocks are under their 50-day, they're not in good health. Back above the 50, they got a shot. And I like that. I like that scenario, using those guardrails. These silver miners are all over the place, up, down, back, all around. I'd rather just play the actual commodity. DXYZ, that was a fun stock. Made great trades in that one. And then once they came out and Barry told me they dropped a $1 billion shelf offering, I never looked back. I said, goodbye, I'm divorcing you. Thank God I divorced this thing. You got to be able to do that sometimes. You can't fall in love with these things. Earnings the 29th. So if it gets back above the 5-day, it'll have to gap back above probably with good earnings and good reactions to good earnings. I don't know. These companies are surprising a lot of people by how much money they're spending on AI. And, Google had a bad reaction, gap down. Tesla had a bad reaction. I don't know if I'd be gambling good reactions into tech stocks earnings right now. I wouldn't. It's a gamble, and no matter what you do. Another low in Tesla. Imagine thinking you bought the low in Tesla 2 days ago and it just keeps going lower. So it becomes like this negative momentum wheel of selling. New buyers get frustrated. They do what I was doing. They put a stop at new low. The stock finds a way to go to a new low and just keeps stopping people out. Okay, so you're trying to get out of it. See, that's helpful when you tell me that. Trying to get out of it. I would put a stop at probably right there below those lows. Call it like 389. I would use 389 as a stop. Because right now it's holding on to the 5-day, and it could try and find some bidders into the remainder of the day and help you get a better price. But I don't know if it's going to get back above that 400 level before earnings. So you got maybe $10 range there. And then with the worst case possible being, 389 stop. NVIDIA just looks like it wants to go lower. SMH's shaking my head. The spiders don't look that happy either. Ugh, what a horrible daily chart that was. I mean, I'm sorry if you did that. Hopefully you learned. A giant gap up right into the underside of the 5-day moving 50-day moving average. It did nothing but hit the sell button from the opening bell. You can't chase gap ups in this market. So I can certainly help you stay out of trouble. Finding the opportunity is up to you. Need to shed some stock skin. Yeah, we're all the lizards right now trying to shed some old skin that's not working for us. But at the end of the day is where most of my decisions are made. Midday, they're going to try and fake you out. There are going to be reversals. Stocks don't go in one direction all day. There's usually a counter move midday. So the true colors come out, 10 minutes before the bell, 5 minutes before the bell. Gives you plenty of time to make your decisions and weed your garden. TE, another one I was trying last week with Andy, back to fresh lows. This little hitch right here, made some money in that. And as soon as it got rejected, out 3 days ago. Glad I got out. You keep telling yourself, can these things really go lower? Yeah, they can. They can go a lot lower. That's what I thought in ABTC. This thing keeps going. It can keep going lower, Steve. Just divorce yourself from the idea of it. The Price action is telling you you're wrong. That's the hardest thing that a lot of people have, is shedding their ego and letting the market prove them wrong. Just a whole lot of sloppy mess right there on the gold and silver chart. All right, well, any more questions? You got me for 5 minutes or so before Barry comes back, so I can share anything. I can help look at any charts you want. Oof, getting a big red candle in the NASDAQ and SPY again. Oil is also down, but not even mattering right now. So the market's telling us we're not even looking at oil anymore. The market should be up. Oil's down. Nope. Market just saw something it doesn't like, and it wants to go to lows again. Very ugly. This is why there's no trade of the week. Just trying to keep people out of trouble. When in recent history have I seen this? Bear markets. This market is behaving just like a bear market. But what's weird is that it took the NASDAQ and the S&P like 2 months to catch up with what the individual stocks were doing. Every single attempt to rally was squashed day after day, and it just becomes maddening and it wears you out. So the last bear market is when I saw this. It might not last long. It might keep going into the midterms. I don't know. We've got Fed meeting this Wednesday. The Fed could say something super scary. Who knows? It's another reason I don't want to be fully invested in stocks. There's a lot of economic data and votes in Capitol Hill, Clarity Act. Congress is going on recess at the end of the week. Just seems like there's a lot that could happen this week, headline-wise. Again, that IWM, the Russell 2000, was just doing everything it can to fight the close below the 50-day moving average. You know, if we wake up tomorrow and the Russell 2000 has done this, then that's the trifecta. You know, the three major indexes have all given away their key moving average of the 50-day. All bets are off when things start breaking the 50-day moving average. Boy, look at this. Every time the spies get down here in this, even on Friday, the spies do not want to break this. I'm going to put an alert right there. There'll be a new low on the day, and it'll be close to Friday's lows. And if that triggers, be careful.
We got a little heavy metal going on in the background there, Steve.
No, it's my desk being raised.
It sounded like...
had to get up and stretch. I knew you were going to come by in a minute.
Here I am.
All right, here you are. Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. Okay, we'll see you Thursday.
Did you say that you don't do shorts? I can't do shorts in my 401k account because it's the only account I'm really trading. It's my retirement account, so I can't go short. I don't have a margin account. That would probably keep me insane. So I keep it simple, Amber. All right. with that, we'll see you next time. I'll be back Thursday.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take over the to the stage. All right, guys, I think I'm back in YouTube. Okay, back in both rooms now. Let me just get my music going and then we're good to go for the afternoon. Yeah, looking at ENTX, guys, and also look at the AGPU actually took out 8 briefly. Just give me a moment. I just got to do a couple of things here, guys. All right, no announcement. Music's back. Have about an hour to go, guys, unless you keep me longer for questions. ENTX. You know what? AGPU has a chance. I mean, it's over 8. It's over the VWAP. The pre-market high was up here at 903. So it has a bit of a chance. Holding 8 well. Even BIYA is making a bit of a move over 4. Pretty choppy, but it is trying to make a move over 4. Whoa! Look at I'm sorry for some of you who are long this SPCX, but SpaceX, but boy, it is now starting to give up 110 again. And a little sort of chopping around, and then nope, sellers just took over again. A little sell flag right there underneath the VWAP. Ugh. For those of you who are still in this one at a higher price. Okay, did not take it, but here's the AGPU going, guys. AGPU is going. Spread is, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, 16.24, not great, but it's not, I've seen worse for it. Boy, this FIEE, that just absolutely collapsed, right? Well, not collapsed, but 10 down to a 6. Still over the 200-day moving average. Whew. Okay, guys. Well, let me go over my homepage one last time today. Okay, so on my homepage, just first of all, let me get my link. Hmm. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Was having a problem copying my link. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, again, this is what you're going to see. And keep an eye on that AGPU. It could just rip right now. Holding over that 8. So here's how you can take a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only of a Trade Ideas subscription, or the entire year, of course. Doesn't matter if you pick our standard or our premium service. The 15% applies to both services. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. If you use my code, it really helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room, the trading room right here. Company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the room free. This room also is, if you're sitting on YouTube wondering what this room is, it's more robust. There's more action, more interaction amongst traders. If you're looking for a room that's open in the pre-market, it's actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. And as I say, it is free. Just a lot more interaction with other traders in this trading room. I get on the mic for both rooms around 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down, I know Steve was took over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He may have gone over the reason why he didn't have a trade of the week this week. But if you want to sign up for it right here, you can do so. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Education, if you're taking out a subscription or thinking about it, just click on the education section and getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. Start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about what we're capable of doing. It may or may not be what you want. You can always try us for a month. And if you don't like it, you can just unsubscribe. I'm just trying to, don't go in and take out a yearly subscription without having an idea about what the program can do. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans, and if you clicked on my homepage link, the middle section right here, view the scans, races, etc. So this is the biggest scanners from the start of the race is here. Upside versus downside movers is here. Halts resumes is here. Don't have the earnings plays up and down on here, but it's, if you want it, I can give it to you. Though we have a channel for it, you could easily just go to the earnings channel. And then I have 4 scans that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them. And if you're wondering, well, why do I have them here if I don't have them up and running? There's, maybe next week I'll load one of them again. But the bottom line is that, I'll put scans up here that I don't necessarily have up and running, but you might want to take a look at them. And then the daily trend reversals is right here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. So any questions about the scans or anything else about Trade Ideas? Fire away. So I see this one was sort of late to come in. GGRP, what did it do? 101, nothing. No, nothing. No, it's not easy to remove the report. You have to have your chart has to be big enough to see the top where there's an X. Okay. So well, are you talking about that? Are you talking about literally that? Or are you talking about the report itself? I think it's auto with the rave. I don't think there's a way. I mean, I may be wrong, but I don't think there's a way to get rid of that. Oh, I'm not sure there's a way to get rid of it. I thought you meant the actual report itself, and to get rid of the report itself, it's crazy, but you've got to have your chart big enough so you can see the little. I thought there's an X up here somewhere that I could click on. Maybe they've changed that. Maybe they made it easier. Ugh, do it off camera. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot. There's no X. But what happens is you get this trade wave report at the top here, and so that's how you click on it. I don't know. I don't think there's a way to get rid of this. I don't think so. Maybe Pepe knows, but I don't think so. I mean, we have options here for the for we have some options here. Let's just see. Maybe there is in the options. I don't see anything here. That would you would uncheck. Yeah. No, but what he's saying, but he's not saying how to get. You want to get rid of that little report thing. You can't get rid of that. Or were you talking about the report itself? I thought you were talking about like that little thing, that little TI wave report. All right, guys. Well, I'm sort of losing interest here. I don't see a lot. The only thing I'm really watching right now is the AGPU. If it can hold 8 and maybe run from there. The ENTX. I mean, actually, it's pretty close. I mean, it's just underneath 4. It's a struggle to get through 4. You can kind of see all the action right around 4. Still well above the VWAP. You never know. You never know. You get some volume coming in, popping it through 4 could go on a late day run. No, I know. I know. There's no way to get rid of that. There's no way to get rid of that TI wave report, unless, of course, you don't have the wave up and running. But yeah, there's no way to get rid of that. DFNS is doing well. Okay, let's see. DFNS actually won 8 races. Yeah, you're right. It is actually doing pretty well. I wonder if they had any news. I can't remember if they had any news earlier today. One for 125. Whoa. Guys, AGPU. This is really getting a little more interesting, guys. AGPU, what's the spread like right now? 13.19, not terrible. ENTX is now starting to get out of that area on the way down. So maybe not. Ooh. Just kind of waiting on this AGPU, guys. I mean, the longer it holds in this area, just over 8, as long as the spread doesn't get too crazy, 810, 816 right now, so it's not bad. I see Palantir is making a little move here, actually a big move here, guys. So Palantir, PT, the stock itself, PLTR, the stock is up almost 7%. See if there's any news on this company today. So they have earnings coming up August 3rd. And what they're claiming is that they're going to have going to feature significant U.S. government commercial growth. So that's what Oppenheimer expects to readily beat estimates, etc., and increase its full year guidance. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Okay, so VTEX, what is this one doing? The next high. So looks like there's about three week highs around 429. So that might struggle to get through all this. And the reason I'm clicking on it, of course, it's showing up here. Bullish. BLSH is on the way down here. No, you heard me drinking water this time, William. Okay, so if you disable, okay, so you can get rid of the report if you just obviously that makes sense if you disable the buy and the sell flags. But then considering you can't really use them other than after the fact. Sometimes when you click on an alert, you might see a buy or sell flag when you've clicked on it, and it sort of reinforces, oh, okay, it's what I wanted to do anyway. I see what you're saying. So yeah, probably nobody's done that. So this is what Pepe is talking about. So if you uncheck the display, then the report goes away. So your wave will maintain. Oh, William and your idle mind. Well, William, I'm not sure you're going to want to. I was just going to say, probably not going to keep it open after I leave. Well, guys, I tell you what, if there are no questions coming, I'm just going to put myself on mute. Also, I'm still here, but if there's a question, or I'll come back on the mic if I see something that might be interesting. But I just don't care about having the mic live and having no questions. So, yeah, the MPLT was good for. I mentioned that one a little earlier. It was at least $1 move from where I should have taken it. Oh, even more now. Anyway, guys, I'll put myself on mute. If there's a question, again, I'll get back on the mic if there's a question. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, Mauricio, there's no real indicator that's going to advise you to buy. You have to have some idea about chart reading and all. Okay, so there's no one indicator that's going to say, okay, you should buy this now. I mean, you have to have, I don't know what sort of trading experience you have, but if you don't have any trading experience at all, there's no one indicator that is going to say, okay, this is when you should buy it right now. Unfortunately, love to be able to tell you there would be, or there is one, but there isn't one. Do you have trade ideas right now, or are you just, wondering about in general? Is there an indicator that'll advise you to buy? Okay, maybe Mauricio is not there anymore. All right, guys, I'm back. And listen, Obi says you'll keep the room open, the main room open till 2:30. Okay, so I'll keep my screen, my layout up and running until then. Then Obi will shut it down. So thanks for all the help all day long, guys. We'll open the room. Well, the main room will open at 6:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. Obi will do that. I'll get in both rooms, our YouTube room and the main room, sometime between 9 and 9:15 on the mic. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. So Mauricio, I don't know if you're still around in our YouTube room.